Now we're going to mount a flying Gadwall on a carved body. Thing you want to do is hang him to thaw him out, usually by a leg or something. And sometimes, that leather string works real good for like hanging these birds up. Or a string. Sometimes a rope, you can't get it around the bottom of their legs where it'll hold. And the breastplate has like a bone right down the middle of it. I tend to cut to one side or the other of that and kind of wedge up against it when I cut. And the difference between the right or left side of that bone making the incision don't matter much. So what I'm going to do is find that bone, try to cut through the one side or the other. And it's kind of hard to cut right on top of it, is what I mean. I cut up from underneath. Now you do a lot less damage that way. I'm just cutting right down that bone. He's a little froze. I stretched his wings out. He is a little bit froze, I think. His legs, I stretched his legs out. Well, even his legs are froze. Keep going right down with this. At least I know he's kind of fresh if he's still froze like this. So I'll go right down that breastbone. Separating a little, so I should be able to, once you start seeing that skin, you can, these guys take a while to thaw out. But he's still a little froze. That's usually a good thing, unless they're so froze that, you can't really move the skin much. I'm kind of in a, but you can see there's the breastbone, that main bone that goes right down the middle. My incision usually tends to find one side or the other of that. And then I use that breastbone as a guide and I just run on. It doesn't matter if you're a little bit on the right or a little bit to the right or left of that main bone, as long as you're along that main bone, you're centered good enough. And then you just start peeling the membrane back. Hard to see with my fingers in the way, I'm sure. But there's membrane. I spread the membrane around apart with my fingers. Now down here I can go towards the anus. I see the anus. So I know I'm on track, so I can just get up under the skin there. Try not to cut through the the intestines and all that, but a lot of times I fail, especially on birds that are froze. It's real easy to not be able to guide where you're. Probably ought to do it this way, actually, sideways, so you can see what's going on. But you can see, separate the membrane. You can see the breastbone. I'm going to go up about where the breast stops is where I like to go. But basically what I'm doing is pulling back, exposing the membrane, running the corner of my blade and my X-Acto knife over it, and just getting it to separate. Even when I'm being a little bit froze, a lot of times you can still cut that membrane and get it to move. Try to leave most of the meat on the body if I can. It's less work for me when I'm fleshing the skin out. I don't know if you can see it. You have to look real close. There's membrane. Cut my knife over it, expose it, pull back. Cut my knife over a little bit more membrane, expose it, pull it back. Till you get to the joints that we got to cut through, which are the wing joints and the leg joints. When you stretch back on the skin, you'll see that white membrane. Run my point of my edge over it and just keep separating out. Well, his body's still frozen really good, but there's a few things I can do while he's thawing out. Since I'm on him, but I can grab this tongue. Yeah, here we are. See, if it bleeds, you may have to throw a little bit of, I don't know, paper towel down in there. We've got plenty of that if you need to. Yeah, he's bleeding pretty bad. Borax down in there can always help. I can go ahead and skin the head out, the head's thawed out, and disconnect the neck from it. Yeah, that's what we'll do. And that way I can at least skin the head out while the body's still frozen. So that's what we'll do. There's a little white cup there. I may want to go behind that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to make an incision right down the bottom. I'm going to right down the bottom. Make sure everything's kind of straight. The jaws are right there. And I'm just going to go right up under the skin. I'm going to cut nothing else, just right up under the skin. About the end of the jaw, which is right there. You don't want to make the incision any longer than you have to, that's for sure. Right there, I think it's good right there. We're going to go with that. Feel the, we're doing the same thing. You separate the membrane, pull back on the skin, separate the membrane. You see it right there. See where I pull back on the skin, expose the meat right there, and then I just run my, on the head it's kind of invisible almost. It's clear. But you just run your knife over it, and get it where it's going. Here even, on the other side. Kind of pull back on that skin and expose all this. And leave as much meat on the bird as I can when I skin him out. It's just less work and labor if we can do it. You know, we're gonna run into some shock damage. But here I'm, if you look close right here where my finger is, that's a lot of meat. They can just, you can see where I'm separating the skin, and that's just the lower jaw. We come down far enough. We could go here a bit, but not much more. Right here, there's a little bit of membrane. Up here where the beak is, a little bit holding it. All this comes off. So. You can see the membrane. See where I'm pulling back on the skin, and I can see membrane and cut through it. What we want to do the other side the same way. It's all meat that can stay on the bird right there, but it's our job. Just membrane out. Yeah, his neck is still attached really good. Usually I cut him off at the neck. Let's see what we can do. I'm doing this thing backwards. I don't need to be doing that. Just want to save time. Right here. In other words, I haven't cut to the neck yet. I usually cut to the neck and everything is familiar. But I didn't cut to the neck, so everything is not familiar to me. It's like branching into new territory. Cut that neck. Right back here behind the throat area, I'm on it. I'm on the neck right now. At the base of the skull. So now I should be able to do just like I would if the bird was, if the body was out of the bird. And it's working, but making a mess. You can see it's working. Things are looking familiar again because I snipped the neck. But the neck is still in there, so it's still a little bit odd to me. What that means is we cut anything that's holding small bits of meat, the ligaments and stuff right there. There we go. See, I'm already at the skin. Oh yeah, familiar territory. Okay. Now the first thing you're going to do, you're going to run up on the ears. The first thing we're going to come to, you can already see it. There's like something going down into the head. Well, that's his ear canal. Go ahead and cut through it. First thing you're going to come to is the ear canal. Just cut through his ear canal. And just keep working forward. There's that little hole. That is his ear canal. Go around with all that membrane is separating, piece here and there trying to hold. Yeah. We get the ear canal on the other side. And you can see how I done the one side. Then I'll let you see how I do this side. There's the ear canal. Run your knife through it. Voila. We got to here. I cut through there. Now on both sides. Now what you're going to do is there is the back of the eye socket. I can already see it. I can feel it. I can see it. And I've done so much. It's almost like muscle memory. You do it a while, kind of, like muscle memory. But you can see that at the back of the orbit, I'll skin that skin down. I'll get it right to where I can see the black of the eyeball. I'll cut right through that skin there. The goal is to a lot of stuff's got to come off this guy. They're not like some of your upland game birds. They're a little bit different. They got a lot more stuff you got to deal with. I can see that clear membrane. There it is, the back of the eye. It's a little piece of skin on top of the eyeball. All birds have it, whether they're upland or not. And as you come forward, you just keep cutting through that with your X-Acto knife. See, I went through the eyeball, over the eyeball, that thin little layer of skin. I got a good sharp X-Acto knife working for me. Now I'm going forwards, making sure not to cut the wrong stuff. See, here's the eyelid, or the eyeball, or the skin around the eye starting to come open. work your way over the eyeball and even over the socket a little bit. You know, as you're going forwards, you see the eyeball. And now I'm starting on that bone where the beak starts, you know. Basically, the beak is part of the bone, but you got skin that goes down so far, if that makes any sense. It's kind of a good start on this side. Now we do the other side the same way. And put some borax on here. Now I'm still using my finger to pull back on this. Here I'm at the eye orbit. Here's the eye orbit right here. You done with the ear canal on both sides? Okay, I'm at the eye orbit. Okay. I like to feel as forward as I can. I can see the top of the eyeball. Look how thin this membrane is. See that little hole? That's transparent skin that goes over the eyeball. I could cut that off and work my way forwards. That way I know I didn't cut anything I wasn't supposed to. I use it as assurance. When I cut over that little skin over the eyeball, that's how I know I didn't go too far. And when I pull with my finger, look at all this that needs to be cut. Right there, in front of the eyeball, there. All this fat right here, some membrane. Working my way forwards. Got to cut through the skin. So I always got to be aware of that. I'm on bone right here on top of the eye. In the inside corner of the eye, but kind of like on top. That's the bone you feel at the skull. So I just see that white membrane and I rake my blade over it, and it disappears. And you can take it down too far where you start cutting the skin that's connected to the beak. That's when you know you went a little too far. I'd stop. But okay, right there. I'm going forwards with it. I'm going to go down in between the eye. That's the top of the beak. There's an indention there. See, you can take the skin down before I get there. And that white membrane keeps showing up, and you just throw your blade over it, and it'll pop right out. Over on the side. Right around the top, see, get close. Actually, the feather patterns have started. You'll see like a little dark spot right there. That's where the feathers have started. Right on the inside upper corner of the beak, up on top. Same thing on this side. That's how you know you've kind of went far enough. That's the way I look at it. Just want to go as far as you can. It's a paradox. You want to get as close as you can without going too far. So you gotta be careful. Just assures that there's a little bit of black showing right here on the bottom beak. It means I went as far as I can on the bottom beak. Went definitely as far as I can. on this beak down here. Okay. So you get down as far as you can, and you start. I run my knife through an eyeball, just like you would a fish if you've done fish before. Run it around and then maybe a little up underneath if I can. So forth. Here are the hemostats. Get them under the eyeball. Pull it right off. You see a lot of stuff down in there that's got to come off. Where the borax comes in handy. We do the same thing to this side. Get in that eye socket right on the side of the eye. You go all the way around with your X-Acto knife. Pull out that eyeball. Now what I like to do is start cutting meat off. Even on top of the head, there's like a thin layer of skin, and I'll get that off. That comes off real easy. Around the eye orbit itself, there is a little bit of meat up top that can come off. Use the help of hemostats, whatever you need to get that stuff out. Right over here you got stuff. I tend to pull mainly just meat. I know there's like, I wouldn't call them tendons, but it looks like kind of like bone structure on the side of the jaw. And you've got your lower jaw. I'll leave all that in. It's soft enough where it can almost be like cartilage, but it's not. So, I get all this other stuff that can come off, and make sure I get it off. Board can help you out too a little bit, help you get some of that stuff. Right here in the back of the head, look at all this meat right here. A lot of meat. Look at all that meat right there. It's got to come off. It's behind the lower jaw, kind of. So I get the blade go right behind my lower jaw. Start trying to get this stuff up. Do the other side the same way. All this meat I'm getting out in one time. It's unbelievable. A lot of meat. Look at that. All at one time. Get my borax in there. Work on getting this meat out. Big chunks of it. You use your X-Acto knife. Get up in there and a couple will come out. Oh, there's a BB right here in the face. Look at that. Yeah, he got shot and some of it hit his head. And not bad. No bone really broke. So, whether he knows it or not, he did a good job. That's for sure. So, see that stuff up. Got some of that stuff out. You get the idea, though. If you make it spotless without taking out too much, you know, like some stuff you want to keep in there, the bones. I guess you could call it bones. Some of the bone structure, like the lower jaw bone, you definitely want to keep that. There's tendons connected right here to the lower jaw bone on the side. I tend to keep this one right here. It's very thin, but yeah, I tend to keep it. Yeah, there's meat under there that can come off. That's just a tip right there. And some people use dry preservative on their birds. There's nothing wrong with that. I've done it myself. It's just borax is so cheap. All you gotta do is go to the store and get it. Probably depends on where you're at too. We have borax, people use it on squirrels and everything else. You know, some of the thinner, light, smaller animals and stuff. It definitely comes in real handy on fish. For a long time, that's all I used. And it's fine, you know. Keep it in there, you know, keep the fish in there a minimum of like 14 hours, I think that's what they say, a minimum. 14 hours. And then, see up under this one bone here, I'm grabbing some of that stuff, pulling it out. Well, I'll get with you a little bit later when we, right here in the back, we're going to saw the back of the head off so we can install the neck wire. But yeah, just keep cleaning it out, make sure there's nothing in the eye orbit. Any meat that's connected around these bones, you know, they can come out. Go ahead and get it. X-Acto knife and a good pair of hemostats and get that stuff up. And right in here, all that meat, see how that borax brought it up? I poured a little borax in there. You get that X-Acto knife, grab that meat, and it has nothing else to do but come up. The borax helps a lot too. It brings it up real good. It's not so slimy and you can grab a hold of it and all that other good stuff. That right there. Get all this around here. If I can get my knife under it, I'll put it off. It wants to stay on there sometimes. Right there in the eye orbit. There's a little bit of string meat right around there that can come off. And you gotta go ahead and get it off. Now, as far as perfection on these, get as good as you can within reason, and let borax take care of the rest of it. You know what I mean? That's the way I do it. They also have artificial heads nowadays. A lot of people are going to those. I've used them before. You know, I just happened to have a bird's skin out, and the person had an artificial head. And when I got the bird, I just mounted it up with the artificial head. And I just super glued the skin back in place. And it looked good. So you will get stuff like that from time to time, you know. Just keep working on that, and I'll get back with you a little bit later. You know, I was looking at a world of difference now already. So I do some cutting and picking, of course. But, we'll do the other side the same way. and I'll get back with it. I went ahead and threw some borax on it. I'm going to go ahead and reinvert the head. Let's see. And let him finish thawing out the rest of the way. There's a whole lot of stuff on the neck, but it'll all come out in the wash, if you know what I mean. It'll all come out in the wash. I should be able to really, oh yeah. It is doing a lot easier. That membrane is just cut separating so easy now. A lot easier than it was. Right here in the front, separating. It's hard to see with all the bit of meat in the borax. Yeah, definitely waited long enough. He's ready now. I use that relaxer degreaser by McKinsey. It does wonders. I use it on hogs and birds, and it's amazing. Use it on my hog, and that skin is bone dry. Not a bit of grease or anything on it. And right here at the tailbone. I can even come down with it there. You know, like the tailbone, you'll see it on the turkey and everything. These two little bones right here. You get down past that side. I know I'm getting close to the anus. Right here on the sides. It's just like before, same old. So now I can actually do it because it's not frozen. I'm up here right here at the neck on this bug, so I'm going in from the side here. Free up some skin so I can do my other tasks, such as cutting to the wing joints and all that other good stuff. The ducks are definitely a lot more greasier than like a ringneck pheasant. This guy's got the grease. This guy's loaded with fat. Should be able to bend that leg and push up on his thigh. That's his thigh right there. Right there, that knee joint right there. Just like on the pheasant or any bird. I automatically I can feel where the joint separates. I think that's it right there. See, my knife went down real far. Actually cut to the cartilage. I'll just get my pair of shears and continue on and snap through that little bit of cartilage here holding the bones together. You see it separating. A little bit of meat back here behind. Just cut through all that stuff that's holding. Don't cut through all that. See, there's the bone, it's separate. So I've kind of done with that for now. There's the tailbone again. Grab the anus. just have an urgency to want to go ahead and free his tail up, which will come in handy because you'll have a lot of loose skin when I separate the wings from the body. I'm about to cut to the wing joints. So right here, you'll see his tailbones right there. And getting close to the anus and all that. Birds have a lot of fat compared to their upland game birds. Well, these little things, they're glands. They use to oil the feathers with their beak. You'll see them get this gland. I'm not getting at it real good where you can see it real good, per se. Mainly because I didn't skin the wings out yet. That's the main reason why. Okay, there's the anus. That's the anus hole, but I've got a little tension. That's the only reason the feather is shown. Yeah, that's his anus. Now here's the glands that's got to come off. There's a tailbone there. We got to cut through the tailbone to start on the back side. So I'm going to do that educated guess. That was it. You can see the glands right here. Probably two big round organs or something, I guess you could say. Later, I'll hang it up. I got a wire and I hang it up by and I'll go under this tailbone, and that'll hold it good enough where I can skeet him out and let gravity, as he's hanging, help me out in the. So now onto the wings. Getting out as far as I can, as close as I can to the wing joint. Free some of this stuff up. You see that white membrane is running my knife over to bring it down. I can feel the wing joint. It's right up right in here, the upper part of the breast. I usually grab right here and move this wing. It gives me an idea where my wing joint is. I'm not going to carve a body this time, which if you're going to carve a body, a flying body is the best one to, a flying bird body. When you're flying, you don't have as much margin for error, I guess. You can be a little bit too big or a little bit too little with the body and still make it work. Right there is where my take it from there. I can see the joint right here. the wing joint. You know, just kind of think about what you'd see on a turkey or something. Okay, here's the wings. Did the drumstick earlier, the legs. Now we're doing the wings, which is the wings. The hint in terms of food, when you're eating the turkey or buying chicken wings or something, and it'll not make it a little easier for you. Freeing all this, almost getting on the back a little bit to free some of this stuff up. But yeah, I think we cut to the wing joint. Let me see. Maybe not. Yeah, that's where it needs to be, right there. Oh yeah, that's super easy. There is no wing joint right there. A little borax in there for a little bit of blood control, I guess. And the other side the same way. I'll try it this way. I'm usually the tail facing me, but let me try it this way. Now to feel the joint. Try to find that wing joint. Joint's got to be around here somewhere. Okay, everything's separated. Time to hang it up and let gravity help me out. There, got me a little bit of a hook on a rope, and it works for my turkeys and everything. I get this hook right here. I go right behind the tailbone, kind of back a little far, so it gives me a little bit of extra, grab, I guess. There's a point right there, but you get the idea. And that should be plenty to hold it while I do what I gotta do. I'm gonna let gravity help me out. Right here you can see it's just right along the back. That's the back. If you're losing, put a hole. Just be conscious about putting a hole, I guess is the right word. Right here, all of that's starting to come off. You can see my white membrane that I got to get. I try to find that membrane as much as possible, because whatever meat you can keep on the body, that's a plus, It's something you don't have to worry about when you're fleshing. Where the wing bones were attached, and you can see it on this side a little bit. Well, the wing bones got to come too, so I'm going to work a little bit around here on the front a little bit. Let's see what we got here. So all that membrane is just popping up. There's the neck. So I know right here we got to cut a little bit of this meat. On this side we need to cut a little bit right there above the joint. Now we're even with the neck. See how easy that was? Still some stuff connected here, but that's all, part of the body. Okay. Now we're at the neck. All the way around we're at the neck. See, we're letting gravity act like an extra hand almost. While I got it inverted, I'm going to get all that fat off his neck. You remember, I went ahead and cut through the neck at the base of the skull, so we go ahead and flesh the skull out since he was still frozen, which I deviate from my routine sometimes. It's not very good, like for explaining things new to people. Oops. Well, there we go. I may use this for reference real quick, just to eye it up with the body itself. Just make sure I'm, in the ballpark. Look how close of a match the artificial ring neck duck body is. It's a real good match. The length and even the width is pretty darn good. Neck length and thickness is important. I've got, looks like about 4 1/4, and thickness looks like about 3/4. Let's see what the bird chart said. Well, here on my neck chart, it's got the ring neck female, hazel eyes, ring neck male, straw eyes. But if you look back this way, all this that applies to the ruddy duck applies to the ring neck male and female ducks. The 14 gauge wire is what we're going to use across the board. And also, I think I do got some 18 gauge, but if not, I'll stick with maybe 16 or something. But here the neck length is 4 3/4. I had like a 4 1/4. So I'm going to split the difference, go 4 1/2. And looks like neck material size 5/8. So we got 5/8 neck material and 4 1/2 on neck length. I'm going to carve a body for this Gadwall. And almost perfect to a T. We got our body outline right here. I'm just going to there's the neck. Where I'm going to get the neck. That's about it right there. You can go around like that a little bit. Okay. Well, that's perfect for that. So I'm going to go ahead and cut that out, that shape. Yeah, usually I like a little bit more leeway, but when you're working with pieces of foam, you just do what you gotta do. See, now we've got our side view. Now we're going to do our top view. Top view. Oh wow, that's going to be a good fit too. Basically just round the sides off and it's going to be done. Length of the body is perfect. There's well, that's it. Just a general shape. And he's going to be flying, which helps take care of some like minor or de facto problems or something. But basically just make him uniform. Okay. We want this as close as we can get it. That's what we got. Now we just round the edges off. This will be the top. Let's see. There's one right down the middle. Yeah, right down the middle. Okay, then we got one right here. Basically just getting it close as we can. We want a good little oval shaped body, you know, a good round body. There we are. Same with the bottom. You don't got to do this, but it helps me to have lines. I mean, I do better work that way. And you're using the body, of course, for reference, so that'll keep you from messing up too. Then we want to designate a top and a bottom. This is the top up here, and then the bottom down here. You just have to kind of look at it and be able to tell. And if you order a body, which I love ordering bodies, especially for like standing birds, you just got real good anatomy, and a lot of times they have places, you know, to put the legs for the standing birds. So, specifically, like this is if you order from the Dan Reinhardt bodies, they go by size more than species, but species kind of like as a side note, but like here it's a 17 and a quarter, and then you go, that's the length. Well, they call it circumference length and then circumference width. So circumference length, 17 and a quarter if you're ordering a body, and then the biggest part would be the circumference width. 17 quarter by, looks like 10 and a quarter, something like that. Your thickest part width-wise and your longest part length-wise, your circumference width and your circumference length. And that's all you need for a Dan Reinhardt bird body. And look in the catalog, Van Dyke's catalogs. and it'll show you. And it's a good system. That way you don't have to wrap a body, you know, because you go by length by width. You might have to use a Gadwall body for a different species or a wood duck body for a different species. But as long as you got those body measurements, they work. So that's the Dan Reinhardt bodies in the Van Dyke's catalog. McKinsey owns them, but if you go through the McKinsey catalog, you don't see that stuff. You have to actually go to the Van Dyke's to order the bird bodies you might like best. Also, the neck length. He's froze right now. Oh, a little bit out. But you go like that, and you just get your neck length. A lot of times I use a hard tape, but you can go to a soft tape for this too. And looking like right at 5. That's the Gadwall. Might be like 5 1/4, but about 5, somewhere in that range. You get those measurements, and you write those measurements down anyway. That way they're on your paperwork, and that comes in real handy when you're ordering a body. Usually the neck is 2/3 the length of the body. Like if I got 5 here, the length of this body is probably 6 1/2 or 7 or somewhere in that range. It is 7. See, 2/3. The neck is like 2/3 of the length of the body, somewhere in that range. And it just works out good. If you had to guess, keep that in mind. I've mounted some flying turkeys with that knowledge and done some really good birds. Also, the width. It just sometimes the widths are littler. Like this is like, it looks like about 3/4. Yeah, about 3/4 is what it looks like it is. And I've also got some bird catalogs that let you know that stuff. Use this for a reference material for carving your bird body, and you're good to go, even without ordering a bird body. Carvable foam, and this is the soft stuff that I ordered. It's a lot softer than deer form foam, but I have used deer form foam to do a lot of stuff too. I've carved bird bodies, fish bodies with parts of a deer head that I didn't use, an old deer head or something. Yeah, you can make it work. That's good. This is the top. And I can tell this is top because the general shape. You know, it's kind of a little bit down towards the end, the tail. So that's what I've replicated here. Pretty darn good fit too. So basically we're going to round everything off and call it good. So that we don't have much room to really mess with as far as tolerances go. Because it was barely a fit, I guess is the right word, so. General taper up top. Let's see, it goes in right here. Okay, about right in there. Looks like right in here you got your legs coming down like for a flying. It looks like about right here. I'll do the other one the same way, same place. With your legs coming down about right here. For me it helps. I'll put a little bit of an indent in there, kind of like where I know the legs are going to start. The back is usually kind of flat, like way up here on top. But that's not a wrong application right here. Kind of flat right up here. Make it even on both sides. Kind of keep it straight as possible. You can do a little straightening up as you're carving, you know. Keep that in mind. Don't want to take no more off the shoulder up top for sure. Don't want to do that. Here's the bottom. Get that good rounded up bottom. Yeah. Kind of make sure he's rounded. Don't have no jagged corners or nothing. Want him good and rounded off. Okay, this is the bottom, here's the top, okay. Yeah, this carbon foam is easy to work with. It really is, so. That helps. Make sure it's even on both sides. The foam is very forgiving, which is pretty good actually. I like that. There's the bottom. Round it off a little. I don't know about you, but that's good enough for me for a flying bird body. That work. We'll clean up and we'll put the deck in and mark our spots where our wings go. Okay, yeah, I got these pretty close just by shaving. Might have been a little bit out of center, but basically I look and I see where the leg joint's at, where it came undone, and I'll put it the same place on the bird body. It should be about right in here. Yeah. Yeah, maybe right in there. Yeah, about right there. Is eyeballing. I think about right there. And actually, you want the other one in the same place. So I'll go from the side, from the front. I'll make like an X or a spot or whatever you want to do. And then for the necking material, it comes straight off the back. So basically, just an extension. It's going to be about right there. Actually, I could take off about right like that. Okay. Take that much off the end. Which is just nothing more than a couple of swipes, actually. As you can tell. Actually, about a third of the way down, I could put an indentation in. The distance from here to here should be about that to there. That's pretty darn close. Okay, I already got those marks. Okay. I'm sure it's the same on both sides. And what I'll do is I'll go in. I see myself trying to sew it up. So I'll let that determine where I put the leg wires. So I know that one's going to go there. Okay, here the other side, same place. About right there. About right there. Okay. Now imagine myself trying to sew him up. Okay, we know that's going to be the other one. That's not bad. Okay. Okay, good. Okay. We got to redo the wing wires. Okay, that happens. Okay, the wing joint is right. It looks like on this side it's right here. So about right here. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So the other side, I'm looking with symmetry in mind, and I'm going to put it in the same spot. There we are. There we are. We go in with the wing wires. And I try to think of myself as trying to sew him up the middle. So I want to get a good bite. That'll work. That's the exit. And on this side, the same thing. There we are. Okay, well, like right here, it says the duck bodies. These are for flying. Oh no, it's got a Gadwall. Let's see, it shows the eye size, the neck wire on the Gadwall, the bottom part. The neck wire is, looks like 16 gauge, which is what I was thinking. Back here it says it too. 16 gauge for small ducks, similar sized birds. Okay, that's for the neck. And so the wing wire is probably very close. Duck's flying body, okay. For the Gadwall, looks like 16. Wing wire 14 to 18. Wow, I guess it can vary. I'll probably go with 16 on the neck, 14 on the wings. That's what I'm going to do. Has the eye size of 9mm. So yeah, they got reference. These are the Van Dyke's catalogs, which is owned by McKinsey, of course. But up here you see they got the gauges and for pigeon, small duck, partridge, 16 gauge. So I think the smallest they go down to is like 18, which is plenty good enough for any bird. But we'll get started. Okay, forgot to do one. This is the neck. Here again, I'm going to be thinking about, I'm mounting him, and well, I'll put the neck in first anyway before I start mounting, but you get the idea. I'm pretty sure this, it's hard to tell. It's either 14 or 16, but I think it'll be fine for the neck. So, pretty sure this is, could be 14, I don't know. But yeah, we're going to make it work. We're going to use it across the board on everything. And simply because it's what we have available. And we'll make it work. This would be the necking material wire. And I think I come out, oh wait, right here. Come out in the bottom. Okay, that's what we did. There we are. The good thing about this carbon foam, it bends really, really good. You can keep good anchors though, because they're real good anchors. Because that wire will go really, really deep. You won't have no trouble with it. I think we agreed on 5 1/4 on this. I think it's, I don't want 5 on the neck, but close enough. I'm going to go, and here's the fun part, trying to thread it on without going through the sides too much, which always happens. And getting closer. Ugh. Right in the middle. That'll work. Okay. And I'll get a drop of super glue and put it down here. Just helps, got the necking material there and it's not going to move out of the way. Get a little super glue on there. It's not going nowhere, it's stuck. Now bend all this stuff back to make it where it's where it kind of needs to be. Where I know it's going to hold. Make sure there's a good little corner on this end here. We'll put a little bit of a sharp edge on here because you got to pin tape to the skin on the top of the head. So for that to work, I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit of an edge on it. Okay, that'll work. Now we don't really need this bird for anything else. We got our leg wires in place, and now we just toss him. And unfortunately, this other one was shot off. But I got this one for length, kind of, to get some of this memory out of the joints. Now see how he keeps going up like an elbow? I'll actually cut some of that cartilage, so free me up a little bit where I can, straighten the, that wire goes through a lot better when it's straight as opposed to being crooked, if you know what I mean. So we just, just, here we are. I still want it connected. I don't want to do that good of a job of cleaning, to disconnecting. I like him good and straight though. So now he's trying to stick that wire straight through there and don't have to worry about a bend per se, And then the other side the same way. Cut that thing down. I got a lot of the blood out, but obviously you still got a lot of blood in him. It's just a whole lot here and there to deal with. And I will throw some more borax on him just to kind of a little cut down on the blood dripping. Basically I douse it in water. All I do is grab it from the breast and go in the water and come up. That's how I do all my birds. You don't want to sit there scrubbing bird feathers, you know what I mean? So that's my technique. I guess you call it a dousing motion, I guess. And he's got a lot coming out of his head, obviously. A whole lot coming out of his head. Yeah, I'll show you one wing and one leg. Boy, that's exactly like the leg. Okay. I start skinning down the wing bone. I leave all the meat I can on the bone so I can get it off. Don't want to leave it on the body, if you don't have to. Basically, you can see the membrane right there. Right here. I'm using my fingers to pry apart. Okay. Right here. You gotta be careful though, because you can end up putting a hole. They're a little bit more cantankerous than the last bird I done, that's for sure. The pheasant was a lot easier to get to what needs to be done, it seemed like. It was a bigger bird, and it's a duck. This is a duck, it wasn't, so this is the main one that comes out of the body. I guess where the shoulder is. This is the shoulder joint right there. They're coming forwards. This wheel sticking up right there. See all these quills right there? I think those are the primary feathers. Primaries are the ones that are along this part right here. No, the primaries are the end ones along like the forearm area. Those are the primaries. These are secondaries, which are big also. But, secondary feathers are those right through here. And primaries are those little. The biggest ones that are right there on the end there. You've seen the bird flying, that's what you're looking at. Okay, just going around and separating the membranes. Just like I did everything else. All birds are relatively the same. The way you skin them out. So, I tug a little bit. See some membrane like right there. And starting on the the secondaries, maybe they do. I know the primaries, I think, are this part right in here. Primaries are on the end, secondaries are not on the end. We'll leave it at that. I don't want to tell you wrong on my anatomy. I'm not an expert on anatomy. Going down. Here. A lot of times it gets a little bit tougher to get things skin out right in here because you're dealing with feathers. It's got to kind of bend a little bit to a certain degree. You have to lay back a certain way in order for you to get down on the flesh. So it is a little bit cantankerous. Not too bad though. Right here we're on the elbow. I don't want to cut through that joint much because it's strength. It's extra strength for your bird, flying bird. I hate cutting through that. cut through what I need to cut through to get it to release off that elbow and go on down. You just got to eyeball it. You want to make sure you're not cutting through the joint if you can keep from it. But those bird feathers, the quills of those bird feathers, you want those to come on down. And there they are, they're coming down. You can even help a little bit by using your fingernail. You kind of tear it down a little bit. Or break it down is a better word, not tear. On this side you see a lot better. Just always have one finger I'm using to pull with. And I'm cutting the exact mouth with my other hand. Right here you can see where it's got to come down. So here's the feather quill trying to stay attached to the bone. So I just run my knife right through that little bit of cartilage holding that row of feathers on that forearm part right here. There's cartilage holding those quills on. Some people leave them connected on like bigger birds like turkeys, which I do. And then I just cut the meat out from the inside of that wing. But you can also break even the big turkeys. You can break them down, break those feathers off if you wanted to. See, I broke some off there. I'm using my fingernail, which I don't have much of one. That's how I'm getting that off. Bring it on down. Up on this side a while. Bring it on down. Bring it down around here. Top part even. Cut there, cut for that membrane. See how I'm coming down? Just keep on doing that. Main thing is don't make a hole. That's always your one thing you don't want to do is make holes while you're skinning stuff out. It's going to happen a lot. But I guess the goal is to try not to make a hole. You know, so let's work later for you. Keep on bringing it down. Bringing it down. side, that on the other. Okay, we're here almost to the end. And periodically I'm using my fingernail to break those feathers off the bone there. That just helps me out. Right here at the end here. See, I'm almost at the end. I want to get past this last joint a little bit, you know, relatively goodly. So we still got some work right here. Okay, I'm going over the last wing joint, which is my goal. Definitely want to go over that last wing joint there. And there we go. So we're separating and going over their joint. That's what we want. Okay, we've done one wing. Now we're going to do one leg. Okay, here's the leg. Still very much connected to the body. Okay, leg separation here. This is all the drumstick meat. That's, some of it's still on the body, of course, that's going to come off. And I will do that later. Okay. But this. just vertically flying. You can see I'm just separating everything and using my fingers as leverage. Pulling back with my two fingers, my index and middle finger. And yeah, that's what I'm doing. Get as far down to the elbow as I can get, or that, far down before the feathers start. I want to get down as close as I can to where the feathers start, on the outside right there. We just keep coming down with my drumstick. Just like the drumstick on a turkey or a chicken, the drumstick. Okay, and I'll go ahead and show you this. It's my next step anyway. Fleshing the legs out. Okay. Sometimes I'll pull, so when you pull down on the tendon, it helps you get down low where you know you need to go. So you cut down as low as you can. Voila. And on this side, I'll get in there and run my knife up. What it does, you're basically pulling everything off that bone. You pull down, let it. When you pull down, see the tendons help you get down a little farther. When you pull, you're going to go crazy with it and tear something, but it does help. So, you come back in, voila. Here. Now, if you're going to tumble it, a lot of people will leave these joints on in the tumbling process. And the fact is, so the sharp corners of where you maybe cut your leg joint off at the top here, it's not going to do no damage if it's not cut first before you start tumbling. So that's something to keep in mind there. This one, there's like a little bit of bone that comes up the side and it'll come right off. There's just like one side where it's connected a little bit. You get that off. Yeah, a lot of people definitely will do that. They'll leave the joint on in the tumbling process. I blow dry my birds and I may do that. I mean, I had a tumbler and I used to do that. So it's just whatever you think you want to do. Borax that real good. Okay, and on this leg, I'm going to go ahead and do the leg, or the wing. I guess start right here at the end. Pull some of this meat off. Here. All that muscle meat coming off. down to here, the same thing, get all that meat off. By all means, use your hemostats too. That's what they're for. It's like tendon that turns into muscle. You know, that's how they do the muscles. So I'll follow it all the way up and cut it where it turns into a tendon. All that right there. Basically, all I'm doing is cleaning all that stuff out. Exactly knife rakes along the bone, we'll get it off. Tug, pull, cut, whatever you gotta do. Get it off. And, get some borax on there. Borax helps you pull the stuff off. Here again, I'm going to leave the joints on. We'll do that later. After I blow grind and everything. That way I just know there's no sharp edges around. If that makes any sense. The least sharp edges you got, they're off the bar. Don't have to do it this way. A lot of times I don't, but yeah. It's whatever you think of. Whatever you think is best. And as the joints, I don't want to destroy all that cartilage. You want the bone, the wing bones to still be connected. But I will get off what I can. You know, you can destroy that, especially skinning him out. It's hard to distinguish where the quills are and all that junk. And you can do a lot of damage that way. Definitely don't want to destroy the joint, is what I'm getting at. I mean, it's the only thing holding the bird together. You know, holding the wings intact, basically. A lot of this stuff will come out. You just snip it off or whatever. Well, you want to get them as good as you can. Clean this up a little bit better. But basically, you get the idea. Make sure you borax that real good and clean it real good. Got your big bird wing. Then you do the other leg and the other wing the same way. So I'll get back with you once I get those done. Got the wings and legs skin out. Before we use the bird flesher, I'm going to go ahead and get what red meat I can off right now. Off the body anyways. You know, we already got the wings and the legs pretty good. But there is some fat on here that the bird flesher comes in handy getting off. A lot of people have used wire wheels for wire brushes for years to do their birds, and that's just what they're used to doing. So you can use like wire brushes and stuff to get the job done, but you'll know when you've got the job done, when you got that fat off. This bird is full of fat. I guess these birds tend to be. All the fat around this tail and stuff that's got to come off. A couple of small holes that need to be sewed up. Basically, I'm using an X-Acto knife. I'm not going down, I'm kind of going this way, kind of a scraping motion with the blade. And it's really helping to get that meat off. The red stuff. That red stuff, a lot of times it just, when it hits that wire wheel, it grabs the meat and the skin with it and do some damage that way. So I try to go ahead and get it off. Yeah, since we got the X-Acto knife, I need to go ahead and get this tail kind of squared away. Okay. What we're dealing with is feather quills with a lot of tail feather quills with a lot of meat and fat on it. So basically, I'm still separating fat from meat a little bit around the tail as good as I can. Okay, see what we got. There. You see those these little nodules here? That's what the bird puts oil on his feathers with. Keep them waterproof, I guess. The glands. If you ever seen a bird reach around his back and dig at something, that's what he's doing. He's getting oil on his beak and then he spreads it through his feathers. It's kind of weird. But here's what it looks like. Try to put one off for you here. This is a gland with oil in it. And here it is. Did a number on it, I'm sure. But you got one on each side. They're like a, you can see it, like a little ball there. That's what it is. And you definitely want to get all that oil out. Keep those lands a little short. There's the other one. Super greasy. You got different rows of feathers too, so you get different rows of squeals that you gotta deal with. This is any bird. It's not particular to one bird or another. I got one main feather quill, I guess you could say it's the spinal cord where it comes off. But it's right here. I'll bend it, twist it. And I've got like a layer of meat on top of these quills. I can go ahead and scrape that off. I get the heavy stuff with my X-Acto knife. The finer stuff, you know, with a brush, you know, on the quills and all that stuff. Now I'll get up under the skin a little bit, you know, because I know these different layers of those quills, but then you can go in between each quill with your X-Acto knife blade, like that. Separate those bad boys. That's the start of getting that stuff out. Because your wire brush can go in between those quills real good. What you want to come. Now we want to be careful because you can really tear stuff down through around the tail. Kind of a little bit fragile anyway. Use your fingers to get some of this stuff off. All this stuff will come off with, definitely with a wire wheel for sure. Get what I can off with my X-Acto knife blade though. Make my life a lot easier. Back with you. Oh, and also, remember my 4.5 inch measurement? I remember my 4.5 inch measurement was from the end of the breast. For the neck, the 4.5 inch measurement was, or the 4.25 inch measurement was from the end of the breast. So you can assume that if it calls for 5.5, then they're talking about, yeah, that's a whole inch, 1.25 inches deep. I don't know if you can see it, but it's definitely an inch, a little over an inch. I'm thinking, but definitely an inch. For the ring neck, the ring neck male has strawberry eyes. Okay, if you look, you've got 4 3/4, and that's for the neck length, and 5/8. So 4 3/4, that sounds good. That's what we're going to go with. He's going to be flying, but what I want to do, since I know he's flying, and I know these bird bodies are hard, a lot of times I'll go ahead and preset them. Go ahead and make a hole now. That's what I'm getting at. Even for my turkeys, I'll use a long drill bit. And a thin one. But it's going to be long. The reason I do that, so I'm angling up. That way I don't have to worry about, the wire coming through like on the back. That would be inconvenient. You know what I mean? So. Okay, I've got some wing wires. Wow, those wing wires. It's got to be right in here, I guess. That's all I can assume. It's got a big old pocket there. Okay, I've got my 14 gauge wire, and I definitely want to make sure that it's long enough to go through the body, go through the neck. So I'm going to need room for anchor. It's better to have it too long than not long enough, because you can always snip off excess. But you got to go through the top of the head. And the last thing you're going to do is cut that wire off at the top of the head. And so you just definitely want to make sure you have enough, as opposed to not enough. Because it's nothing more infuriating than having that wire stick out maybe 3/4, maybe, or 3/8 or something like that, or 1/4 inch from the top of the head. That ain't cool, and you ain't gonna like it. So make sure you keep that in mind, that you want it more than long enough. So what I like to do is put an edge, so I'll kind of like get a corner grab here, and then kind of like put it at an angle. Oops. That's good enough of a bite right there. Plus we already pre-drilled our holes, you know, with 12 gauge wire. So this ought to be fine for just sticking right through there. And then going like this. Definitely enough wire. That's pretty good like that. And then, yeah, you can see that. You just tap it in with a hammer. That ain't coming back out. Okay, now bend it straight. Well, I got some neck to do, some 5/8 neck. So that's going to be fun. Well, I know we're wanting 4 3/4 necking material. So I'll go right here to where my thumb is. Grab my scissors. There we are. I know there's holes in here. I hate that because I know what happens when that wire wheel grabs feathers out of those holes. But these places where there isn't no holes, if you got a little shield here that catches most of that meat, it's a little bit of a lifesaver there. I'm just going to take my time because I'm not in a hurry. I'm not supposed to be, let's put it that way. See some feather quills there, and the wire wheels are running this way. So it helps to pay attention to which way the wire wheel runs and which way you're holding your bird. Because you want it to, if it catches those feathers the other way, it'll bust them up, is what it will do. So just keep that in mind. Goal is not to cut a hole with this thing, because there's some people that don't do their wood ducks with a fleshing machine because the wood ducks are so fragile to them. To each his own. A lot of holes on this guy. A lot of times when the feathers get black on the end, it's like they're fixing to fall out or something. So just be careful. I mount a lot of duck with black, like tips that are rotten or something on the ends. I don't know what that means. I don't know if it's molting. Could be an issue with molting. I have no idea. But the main thing is just take your time. Don't let those feathers catch. That's what you're really worried about. You don't want those feathers to catch. Use your finger as a guide. When you feel it rubbing up against your finger, the brush, you're about good enough. They definitely got different wire wheels for your turkeys. I have had, they sent me one and I couldn't get it to fit. So I don't know if they just kind of guessed, thinking it'll fit or what, but it didn't fit. But that's why you can take stuff back. If it don't work, you know, send it back, you know. But I never did. If you do it right, you can have really good results. But you got to be willing to do it right and take your time. You got to really be paying attention to what you're doing. Where that wire wheel is going, what it's doing, you know. Let's see, we got some of the, here's some of the tail here. Right up here by the anus. It's a very tedious process, but it's got to be done, or grease will leak out of your bird like crazy. If you do a lot of damage, you're going to have to remember that you got like damage around in places, and you can't just run your wire wheel. Basically, is what it means. Right here along the back. This wheel is tailor-made for, oh shit, pardon me, that's going all shallow. These guys are so thin, you know. Around the legs. Got a lot of fat on him, so yeah, this wire wheel is a must. These birds got so much fat on them like this. My goodness. I'll do where you can see it, but so all that's a little bit of fat right there. They're on the skin right there. Gotta come off. Well, you get the idea. Hardest part is along the edges here where you gotta sew and all that stuff. So you definitely want to be careful there. idea. That tail looks pretty good already, but I'll hit that a little bit more, get some of that fat off. And but you get the idea. There's some fatty spots right here. Gotta come off. Don't take much pressure, just basically I'm just touching it, letting the wire wheel whip around. And you know, if you ever been kind of like skint by a wire wheel, you know it's easily done. So that's the process. It's taking the fat off. It's just letting it skin up again, let that fat skin up against that wire wheel. Let it take that stuff off. You get it. Just like that. Okay. On the back, you don't want to get too carried away because the skin is so thin. You don't want it to whip around, just take that fat off. The skin's right up underneath it too. Well, I'll keep working on that. I think you get the idea. A lot of fat right up here around that neck, though. Goodness gracious. My goodness. Got all that fat up in here. This is the breast area where it meets the neck. Typically always really bad spot. Believe it or not, it is getting it off because it's sprinkling everything with it. So yeah, it's coming off. I'm facing the wrong way. Yeah, I sure was. You get the idea. You can get right to the edge, but you have to be super careful with it. Okay, I've got a little bit of dish soap. Putting it in with, I'm going to fill that up with water. This McKinsey Relaxer Degreaser. This stuff really works. And you'll see it'll take all the blood out. And what I do, without having to show you, I'll grab the bird right around the breast area, usually is where I grab it. Or I get my hand up in there, depending on how big the bird is. And I go down and just kind of douse. You know, you don't want to sit there and scrub feathers. You know, sometimes I'll kind of pat him a little bit. You know, let moisture, or, you know, get in and out. Suds it up real good. And it'll clean him, and he'll be spotless, and he'll be degreased and everything. And the directions on the degreaser says, you know, to use, for washing and general cleaning, 1 to 2 ounces to 5 gallons of water. To use as a degreaser in a pickle, add 2 ounces to every 5 gallons of the pickle solution. So it's some good stuff. They use it in pickles and everything else. I'll go about 1.5. Somewhere in that range, maybe 2. That's plenty right there. And, of course, when I mix it with the water, it'll do what it's got to do. I'll suds it up real good. Then I'll douse my bird in it. and then I'll rinse him, and he'll be spotless. And for the rinsing process, I'm just going to use the sink. And when I rinse him, I'll do the same thing. Just kind of keep dousing him and everything. And you'll see, he'll be spotless. Well, I forgot to cut the back of the skull off, but I'll show you that too. It happens. You know, you forget your steps a little bit. Well, now I'm going to go ahead and rinse him. I think we got most of the grease out. So we're going to go ahead and let him dirt dry here for a minute, and then we're going to rinse him. And it's the same thing as washing him, except I'm just going to use clear water. Here's our bird again. And now what I want to do is start throwing the borax to him as fast as possible. You know, while he's still good and wet. Probably got enough here to do him. There we are. Sometimes that skin don't want to go all the way through on these wings. I don't want to get borax on his body, I'm sure. Try to keep it try to keep it minimal, but I never can. But at least I can get him real good, these wing joints and everything. Make sure I get it down there in those joints real good. Down in there. So far it's not really slipping any feathers, which is always a good sign. Of course it's not mounted yet, but usually I don't worry about that. If I know I'm coming timely on them, then you know it's not really your fault. I guess that's a good way to say it. All this is going to be cut off anyway. You know, the joint, the ball joint area. Okay, plenty of borax there. The wings inverted. I'll go ahead and do the other one real quick while he's getting wet. Joints on the end, I'm going to cut it right there where it attaches to the body. That's the way I do it, or I guess that's the way everybody does it. So, got plenty of borax on there. It's saturated. Let everything bend like it wants to bend, I guess is the right word. Here we are. Okay, everything is out. A little bit of a hole there, borax come out. Okay. Legs. Legs get real good. These little ball joints up at the top, I cut those off too. Their bones for the most part are hollow. You know, it helps them in flying, I guess. Get all that borax down in here real good. You'd be surprised how good that degreaser works. Oh my God, it works so good. Cleans them up, gets all the blood off of them. It's amazing. I did a hog with that stuff. You know, just put it in the wash with dish soap, and it come out dry as a bone. That hog did. It'll be here after I'm long and dead and gone. I don't know what that stuff does, but it does something to the grease or the fat. You can even feel it. It takes it off. So I'm tickled to death about that stuff. Okay, that leg goes in. Just pull it through. Go ahead and do this one. Leg's ready to be re-inverted. There's also the tail here. Get that real good. I meant to cut the back of the skull, but wouldn't think got so much going on, but it's not going to hurt anything. Plenty of borax in there. Plenty of borax in there. A lot of times I'll let them sit overnight. Let that, you know, kind of like you would a fish, sort of. Let it just kind of soak. That way you know the borax is doing its thing. And I've been known to do that quite a few times, actually. And he's got it everywhere else. I've got a trick for, well, let me invert the head and get the head real good. Okay. There's preserved goods there. Got around the eyes pretty good. Make sure I'm getting everything real good before I, you know, invert the skin here, because I've got some other things I've got to do. Okay. Now he's completely preserved. I'll cut the back of the skull here in just a second. I should have already done that, but I didn't. So right now is as good a time as any. It needs to be done. Well, if you notice on the back of the head, there's a lower jaw right here. Well, I want to cut just enough of the back of the head where I can stick a wire in at a 45-degree angle and go right through the top of the head. I'll show you that. I'll take off about that much. I don't want to get the lower jaw, so a lot of times I'll cut a little bit at an angle. It's not going to hurt nothing. I don't want to destroy nothing. I want to get to that. There we are. Back of the skull. Toss that in the garbage. Then you get you a wire. Get your trash can. Let it hang over. Get those brains out. Borax will help you too. If you gotta use borax, it will help. See how it's coming out? Gotta spoilage if you don't. Well, wouldn't mount it. It wouldn't You gotta do it. That's how you stick the wire through the top of the head. I mean, it's not like you can avoid it. That's what I'm getting at. Use more of the borax to kind of clean it out real good. You know, the borax grabs everything, takes the moisture out of it. I guess that's the principle on how it works. But right here in this corner, there was a little bit I didn't get right here. See, that borax helps. So all that's coming out. Place where I wouldn't say tendons. Yeah. Have to kind of pull it. Goes in the top of the skull right there. Yeah. It's hard to get out there. I mean, the wire is good for a lot of it, but some of it, it doesn't help to have the help of a little grasping, you know, hemostats. For sure. You can see it's good and hollow now. I'm going to throw a bunch of borax in there. I usually use a Dremel tool, but it's not a necessity. You can see it's coming through. A Dremel tool is cleaner, I like, and more efficient. You don't have to worry about stuff cracking that's not supposed to crack. And it seems like the Dremel tool even possibly widens the hole out a little bit better. So that's why I tend to use a Dremel tool. But I wasn't taught to. I was taught to just use a wire. I may widen it just a little bit. I think I did widen the hole out a little bit. That was my purpose. See how easy it is? And it's about a 45-degree angle, or in this case, not even 45. But he's going to be fine. That neck's going to be out, so that's going to look pretty good. The 5/8. So basically, well, you see, I still got them pretty close to the same diameter for the most part. But I'm going to just use my real neck material because it's smoother. Not saying this won't work, but I'll just take that off and put this on. Try to get it as straight as possible. Easier said than done, of course. It always is. Whoops. Through the middle is what you want, or as close to the middle as you can get it. That, my friends, is close. Okay, and then you can, you know, if you went in and crook it a couple of times, bend the wire accordingly, you know, to make sure the neck is straight, you know. No biggie. Here again, I'll grab my super glue just for a good hold. Put some right down here on the end, just so it holds good, you know. Then I cinch it down. Yeah, it's not going nowhere. Just straighten that up. It's a little bit to one side, but we can fix that. We're good to go. Use my blow dryer. Don't have a tumbler. A lot of people don't. No biggie. Yeah, it's not like you have to have one. But basically what I do is I blow it. Every blow dryer is different. I give it short bursts of warm air, like maybe up to 3 seconds max, depending on the temperature and my blow dryer and everything else. I'll start on the body first, and it's going to be a while, but it'll come out looking really, really good. But I'm going to get started, and when I get on a wing or something, I'll let you know. Right now, I usually get started around the belly and get it fluffed up kind of. Then I work towards the tail, then the back, and then the wings, and kind of like a process. On mine, no more than 3 seconds of warm, and then it's what happens if it gets too hot. Your feathers will curl on the end. When it dries, they won't be flat. They'll have curls on the end. It's better to have a slightly damp feather, like blow dry, but not where it's completely bone dry, you know, but pretty dry where the feathers are starting to fluff up, and you're usually pretty good about right there. But at any rate, a lot of this can come off. You know, what have you, like that. But 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. No more than 3 seconds, you know, of warm air. You know, I'll let off the button, in other words. No more than 3 seconds. And when I push in on the button, I have cool air. So I'll do this. If it's taking a long time, some people just use cool air, and that's good. But I've learned I don't have to just use cool air. I can, 1, 2, 3. Seems like it helps it dry faster. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you definitely don't want to singe the feathers. Curly edges on feathers does not look good. No. Yeah, if you get like borax on the feathers, it'll come right off. I try to keep my table kind of borax free. That helps. But it's going to come off the skin, you know, where you preserved it in borax. Yeah, I do this to a lot of birds. Like where the feathers are a little bit stuck to the skin. So I don't sit there and just over blow dry it or anything. Although technically they should eventually pop up, but I help them out. You know, just the little downy feathers where they're wet and sticking to the skin. I just help them out a little bit. I don't get carried away with it. Just kind of break them loose, at least the top parts. See how they're breaking loose and popping off the skin a little bit? That just helps out in the blow drying process. You know what I mean? Just breaking them loose, just helping out a little bit. Not trying to get too carried away with it. Just breaking them loose. Just to help out a little bit. It's extremely wet though, so you probably don't have to do this. You probably don't even have to really do it, but I like to help the feathers out, break them loose a little bit off that skin. Maybe borax may be helping it a little bit to stay on there. Borax gets everywhere. It gets on the end of the feathers. A lot of times I like to pull it off. You know, don't want anything to impede the you know, the feather fluffing out, you know how they'll swell out when they dry. Don't want anything, borax or something kind of keeping it tight, you know, not coming out. But borax is everywhere. But keep on working at it. So they're already coming up a little bit. Yeah, it seems like for right now my blow dryer is working better with like a 1-2 and then pushing the button in so it gets cool again. So that's how I've been doing it. Keeping it warm but not hot so I don't puzzle the feathers on the end. What happens is the very end of the feathers, they get a lot of wrinkles. that's how you know you kind of singe the feather a little bit. So just keep that in mind. It's very easily done, no doubt about it. But let me get the heat to this and see how we can get these wings looking. 1, 2. Two. I'll keep working on that. I usually do the bottom, then the top, and I want to fluff the feathers out without burning them, and yeah, that's basically how I do it. And make sure all these little feathers are not stuck to the skin. They're starting to dry already, as you can tell. But I'll keep working on that, and a lot of times I'll hold the bird, you know, like maybe by his last primary or something to kind of help out. And if you singe your breast feather or something, that's all right. You'll never even notice it. But the wing feathers, yeah, you want to just you want them to fluff out with as least amount of damage as possible from, you know, blow dry or heat or anything like that. You know, I may help it out a little bit here. You know, just break some of the feathers loose. Some of them are already breaking loose. It's just where they're stuck down. But I know borax has a sticking property, so try to help the feathers out a little bit just from the start, you know, to help out just a little bit. I'll get back to it when I get done. Sometimes I use a end of a toothbrush or something, just for a little bit of help with you know, bringing the neck up where I can blow dry it, you know. Pretty much the neck is all we got left right here. Try to get up front underneath a little bit, see how far I can get up in there. Okay. Just a little bit more. Well, that's good enough for me. Now we'll start mounting him. You see he's pretty well dry. Maybe a little bit damp in areas, but okay, there's a couple of little holes there. I'm not going to get super good with it, but I will close up. There's a couple of holes there I need to close up. Them little BB holes, I'm not worried about those really. So I'll go ahead and sew those up. What I do is I get my button thread and get enough for a couple of holes. Just like I sew any bird up. And I'll go through. I just tie a knot or two in the end. That's all I do. There we are. That's 2 knots. And snip off the excess. So many feathers you'll never see. And I sew from the inside. I don't sew where it'll show on the outside. Make sure nothing's poking through, no good feathers or anything. You don't want to lose feathers, I mean, because you're sewing. You don't want to cover them up. I just start on one end, preferably the furthest end. Get right on the end of that skin, you know, so it don't show. I guess it should have went in from the other side. But I think you get it. I think you can see it. Try not to catch any feathers, you know, all means. Pull that through. I just go right through that loop I made. Cinch it down. Make sure those feathers do not come through. They have a tendency to want to come through. But I'm trying to get right on the edge of these feathers. That's very minimal anyway, but I keep wanting to pop through. Oof. Like with any game animal, you just make sure those feathers are on the outside. Like so forth. It doesn't have to be super strong. I mean, it is a bird skin after all. But I get right on the very edge. That's where I put my... I guess you go that way, or you can loop around. But the main thing is the skin. I mesh the skin up with the feathers on the outside to show minimally as much as possible. And a lot of times if they're, you know, super small holes, I don't worry about it per se. Okay, just yeah, I knew when I skinned it out I had some holes there I had to deal with. You can go back through here and kind of lock it. I draw those down. Now here's the way I do it. I mean, I'm not super good with knots, but okay. See where I went through my last double loop? See, I got the thread doubled anyway. Okay, well, I'll go back through and grab one of those threads, just one of them, pull it through, then I go ahead and finish cinching my knot up, if you know what I mean. See, like that, and put another knot, and I'm done. Guess you could put another knot if you wanted to, but I don't think, probably depends on where it's at or whatever, but there you go. That's how I do them. I got another one to do right there, but some of these small ones that are like BB holes, that's a BB hole. That's a BB hole. And that's a BB hole. They're so small, it's not going to make a difference. So I don't mess with them. Unless you want to or something, but I usually don't even mess with the real super small BB holes. Okay, this guy, he's going to be flying, but we always take these joints off the very end. Something like a big turkey or something, you get right up under this joint and bend like that. See how that kind of came? And then I'll do the other side the same way. Get right here on the very end. Like, this is really especially important if you're doing turkeys. Get right here on the end of that joint. Let's see, like right here, right there on the end of that joint, bend. So I pop that stuff up. It just came right up. Now these birds tend to be somewhat hollow, but there may be something like some marrow or something in there. Like a little bit of marrow or something in them. So I would, like I do any bird, like a turkey or something, I got some real small gauge wire, and this might be 18 or something. And see, it's got a little bit in it too. See, probably doesn't hurt to go ahead and get that out. Other one's the same way. Just kind of get a little trash bucket down there. Look at that. See, it's got it in it. So I go ahead and get it out. The wings are definitely hollow though, that's for sure. On any bird really. So it's just the legs, got a little bit of marrow. I would go ahead and take the time to go ahead and get that out. Maybe put a little bit of borax or something down in there. You know, maybe tuck some borax down in there to ensure. And it may help even get more out. You know, like we use it. You can leave it in there, it don't hurt nothing. If anything, it's going to help preserve it a little bit better. So, well, keep that in mind. borax in there. But they don't have near as much as like, you know, like a turkey or something. Game birds. Oh, here again I get right at the corner. Usually you can kind of do like that. I got below the wing joint for the most part. There we are. Just make sure both wings are definitely the same length, of course. We'll do it on this side too. Okay, we go right here on the corner. A lot easier on a turkey, but you get the idea. The length is the same. We're good. Maybe a hair bit off right here. Just a hair bit. It might not be a bad idea if you had like a bandsaw or something. Just go right through it. You know, that would be very easy. Now these are supposed to be hollow. They got water. That's it. You might want to get that water out. It's just waterlogged. Just waterlogged. A little borax in there too. That's just water. But a little something else going on in there too, looks like. So jab a little bit of borax down in there. Never hurts. Throw a little borax down in there. Alrighty. That's hollow anyway. For the most part, it was hollow. Well, let's start stringing him up. I usually start with the hardest ones first, which are the wings, and then the legs are the easiest. Clean him up first, get some of this borax off of him. Down deep in his eye sockets and everywhere else. Most of the clay will adhere a lot better. Oh, there's a bunch of borax right there. Use a brush on him too a little bit. Get all that stuff off of him. Got some stuff down the back of the skull that's got to come out. Borax. In other words, borax all over this guy. All that borax off of there. Got critter clay, which is kind of soft. And that's good, that's what you want. Now, I don't know if there's any specific order that's best, but we can go ahead and put some in the eyes for now. Probably a lot less than that, probably about like this. Basically what I want, like from the top, I want a contour that's, looks like it just kind of comes off the front of the skull to the back of the skull, and then a little bit of area there that's beefed up a little bit where the eye socket is. That's just the way I do it, and I've had good luck. I mean, people like my ducks and stuff, so I'm not going to deviate too much from that. Like right there. Yep. Okay. I don't want the point of the front of that skull to really stick out much. I kind of, okay. So I covered the eye socket. See how it looks just, it's not really bulging out. There's a little bit, but not the eye socket itself. Okay. So it's just kind of flush with the skull. That's how I like to do it. And then I just pop my eyeball on top. And the same with the other side here. I'll go ahead and get a little water. Hair a bit more in there, or like that. Yep. And then so I look from the top, try to smoothen it out. I want to make sure I put enough where the point in the front doesn't like stick out and grab the skin. That's that means I need to put more eye socket stuff in there as far as I'm concerned. That's the way I look at it. I want it just smooth, that way I can just pop that eye in, the skin will go over it without hooking onto anything. And that works for me. That's just the eye socket from the top. You know, it's pretty well even is what I'm working for anyway. A bit more up there, even right there. Here we are. And as far as my hole, see, I'm kind of like in between both eyes. That's where I like to put the hole, you know, for my net wire. If it's back here, to me, it's a little bit too far back. That's just the way I roll. That is the way I roll. So we got here, we got a little bit of there. We can contend with. Just jab it in there. That's like where I took all the jaw meat out and stuff. That's good. It's a hollow area. So I'll put some in there. Use this to kind of smooth that down in there real good. Of course, I'm going to use like a little bit of a modeling tool or something, I guess, to get it in there. I don't want this back part to hook on anything, so I'll put a little clay back there even. right in here. Looks like I'd use a little bit anyway. Maybe not that much, but okay, there we are. It's about good enough. Like right down here, there's even a little bit of a place where there was some meat. I'll put a little clay in there, right through there even. In there. Anything where the skin's going to drop in because I took muscle out, I get rid of that. With it being smooth like this, that skin's just going to drape right over it. And of course, my eyeball's going to go right there. And you do the other side the same way. I'll go ahead and do that. And I made like a triangle out of my clay. And got it about the right width. And what it does is it goes up into there. You know, where you pull the tongue out and all that, and then got all this skin fleshed out and everything. Basically, use the help of a little bit of water maybe, and start smoothing it in there. It's in there real good. See how it's going in there real good. Okay, here at the back it's pretty good. All the way back to the lower jaw where it starts to curve up. And I got a little extra clay here if I need it. Right here in the back. Now we can go ahead and drape the skin back over this guy. It'll help kind of keep everything in place. Good clean hand helps. There we are. Well, skin goes around on that side. Skin goes around on this side. There we go. I like to go ahead and sew that head up because everything is intact already. That's just me. Plus you got the neck wire in there and it's gonna cause trouble, so I'll go ahead and try to sew him up right now. Plus it centers everything. We'll put the eyes in later. Oh, another thing I wanted to mention about those eyes while we're on the topic. It does a little bit, looks a little bit off from yellow, but I could almost bet you could use yellow and nobody would really even care much. I mean, to me, that's it is like a little bit of an off yellow. They call it straw. Yellow, for the most part, they're yellow. It's a little bit off. I don't know if the camera can pick it up, but it's not quite as bright as yellow. I'm gonna go ahead and sew him up. I want to make sure I get enough to do that neck incision. I'll go ahead and do it now because I know I'm not going to have any trouble, getting it to fit. Or I usually don't, so I don't worry about it. And I've got this. But I will say I do it pretty much I do it often. See how that neck wires could be a little bit farther. I think I'm good to go, but in other words, I cut my wire too short. Again, I do it a lot. It's just a bad habit, but I think I'm good enough. Typically, you want this much hanging out of the top when you're done. That way you can snip it off. You comfortably have enough neck wire to go through the top of the head and all that. I have a bad habit of cutting my wire almost too short. And I do it every time, but I think I'm good. I'll give it a shot. If I need to, I'll cut a longer wire and do it over again. But, okay, I double my thread. And just like before, I just put a couple of knots in the end of it. Some people will twist around, wrap, and then go through and tweak. I guess you could do that. I don't know. It's no biggie either way. But we get right here on the end and put a couple of knots. Showed you this already, but there you go. And put another knot on top. Snip the excess off. Okay. Sometimes you can sew from the side or sew from the front, but I tend to go from the front to the back. And a lot of times people will, use their spray bottle, kind of get those feathers out of the way, and okay, that's enough for that. You do it on, put a little on a Q-tip, might even be better. A little bit of water on a Q-tip or something, but it'll blow dry. In other words, again, it will. We re-blow dry it, in other words. Okay, right here on the end, I'll go through. Try to get as close to the end of the skin as possible. That way you booger the least amount of threads that you can. But you want to make sure it's a good bite. I'll go through like that. And I'll come up over and go up underneath like I would to camouflage the knot, in other words. Make sure those feathers are out of the way. Okay, that's out of the way. And I come down from the top on this side as far to the corner as I can get. Okay. Make sure I got a good bite. Okay. I still got my loop from my other one, so I'll go through it. Cinch it together. Whoops, it didn't work. Well, it's still hooked on this one side, so I will go right here on the very edge if I can. Yes. It's not a durable knot, but it doesn't have to be. It's just got to serve the purpose. Okay, that's good enough anyway. Then, make sure these little pin feathers are out of the way. You need every one that you can possibly keep. You know, you want to keep every one. I go the very next one, right here on the edge. Look at that, just like that. You want to baby this stuff because it's not very stout, but it's stout enough. Moving pin feathers out of the way. And cinching it together. That'll hold. These birds are little too, so that makes it extra important to try to keep those pin feathers out of there. Right here on the edge. Another one. Even the fact that I've got it double feathered or double tied means I'm getting some of those pin feathers in there. So it's just one of those things. Try to keep them out of the way. Draw it up. And it don't have to be super tight. You just want to cinch it together. You know, you don't want to over torque or anything. Definitely don't want to do that. Go to our next feather. As far as distance apart, definitely less than a quarter, probably about an eighth of an inch apart. You know, at least on the head here with all the pin feathers and everything. That you don't want to be pulled into your sewing hole, you know. Okay. Cinch it together. Don't have to be super tight, just enough to draw it together. There we are. I'll keep doing that until we get it sewed up. My last hole for sewing. I'm at the last one. So what I'll do, I like to draw it down pretty close so I don't have to worry about, you know, things overlapping and all kinds of weird stuff happening. And get down pretty close. Kind of helps keep pin feathers from getting into it. And what I'll do is, like before, cut it like that. And what it is, I went through my last loop. Remember, it's double threaded, so I just pull one of the threads out. It's strong stuff anyway. So, and then get it together, make sure it's the holes together, and I just put a knot. Make sure there's no feathers in the way to kind of help camouflage it. It's going to be such a little knot, nobody's going to know it anyway. I mean, I can barely see it right now. I can put another one if you want to. Probably don't even have to. No, knots are pretty rigid. Now I want to get as close as I can Probably even use an X-Acto knife if I wanted to. I don't want to cut none of the pin feathers if I can keep from it. If I get down right at it, look at that. After it's been blow dried, I already can see it. It's already camouflaged. Okay, so that's all. Still got all the clay in the head and everything. You can stick the eyes in now, or you can make it the last thing you do. If you do the eyes now, which I tend to like to do, I will pin them in place. That way when I'm trying to jar the hole through the skin at the top of the head, I don't have to worry about it shifting stuff. Not that it's a big problem anyway, I don't think, but... Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and get my blow dryer. Blow dry all this up real quick. Well, let's get that taken care of. I may go ahead and put the eyes in now. Well, here's a pretty good reference as far as eye placement. It is a flying pose, so it's good to look at a flying pose picture, for reference. That way you're not putting the eye too far forwards, too far back or anything. Although, the eyelids themselves, after you sew it up, it's going to be limited on where you can put the eye anyway a little bit. So you're going to be in the ballpark anyway. This is, installing the eyes like right now, which I probably will. Yeah, just good to find a good picture of a flying pose so you know kind of like where his eyes are going to go. Well, I finally found a picture I was kind of happy with, And just turn the head over this sideways. Use an X-Acto knife or a small modeling tool or something to open that eye up a little bit. Go ahead and try to get that eye in there now. Yeah, you can see, it already kind of looks good. It's hard to mess them up, really, because the eyelid kind of lays right where you need to put it. The eyelid. Okay. Now looking at the picture, I think that's pretty much it right there. At least it's so close, nobody will doubt, that it's a pretty good spot. Okay. I think that's in about right. About the same place. Go ahead and put the eye in on the other side real quick. In the same area. This kind of gives you an idea of, the pitch of the eyes, I guess you could say. And like the top of the eye kind of goes in towards the top of the head. And the bottom eye tends to stick out maybe just a hair bit more. So if you can replicate that, you've kind of got your eyes set the way you need them. So I think I've got it about like how it's supposed to be. So I'll grab some of my pins and pin kind of like his eyes in place to sort of hold it. Right here, a couple of pretty good looking, just like it is, but may jab a couple of holes just to make sure he stays the way he's supposed to stay, you know. Ugh. I think I'll put one right here in the front. Just a couple of pins, kind of hold it in place. Put one more down here. Basically what I'm doing is I just want to make sure I keep the shape of the eye. Although I know you can always do this last too. You know what I mean? So sure there's no that'll hold him. You do the same thing to the other eye. Throw some pins around it just to kind of hold it in place for you. There's like all ducks, they got that little place below the eye that you got to kind of tuck down or it's going to show. And this eye is no different, but there we are. Kind of want that round eye. It has kind of a round eye. You kind of want that. Looks pretty good. I'm tickled with him. I think it looks good. I put one right here in the front. I'm sure it's a good sharp one. There we are. Maybe one more up top here, right there. Let's see, right That ain't going in. Yeah. When we get a longer wire, just don't want to, mess around with short wires are a pain in the rump, if you know what I mean. I'd rather have a long wire going to the top of the head so I don't have to worry about it slipping off when I'm doing my stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and change the wire, longer wire, out to about here, Well, this is a lot more like it right here. Of course, I'll put a handle on the end here. So it'll find its way to the top of the head there. There you go. Plenty long enough. That's good because you don't have to worry about all the headache. Short head is aggravating. Or short wire, neck wire. I know some wing wires do tend to be a gauge smaller than like leg wires and neck wires. I've got 16 right here. That's what it calls for, so that's what we're going to use. Here again, you want them kind of, rather have the wing wires a little bit long than not long enough, So it may even call for 18, but 16 is all I got, so it should be fine for this. So I'm going to assume it's 16, but it could be 18. Which, if it is 18, it's what I'm supposed to have anyway. But a lot of times I kind of go by feel anyway, if you know what I mean. I have used most of the time I do. A lot of times I don't use the right gauge wires. It's because you have to make a special order just for like one wire. That's not cool. But I put points on the edges, and it's definitely a long enough wing wire. See, it's got to curl around the body and then come out. And so I like to have plenty of wire to work. It's better to have too much and not enough. You know what I mean? That's kind of the way I got it. It's actually better for snipping wire, I think. Yep. Needle nose just has a bad spot on it. Okay. More of an angle. Yeah, about like that. Put a good sharp angle on that bad boy. Yeah, look at that. That'll do good. Well, I get 2 wing wires. Leg wires definitely don't have to be long enough, but you just want to estimate. You want the wire to be long enough to go through the body, wrap around and hook back into the body, and still extend out past the feet. So that's what we're looking at. So I'm going to go ahead and cut all my wires, my wing wires and my leg wires. The wing wires, you want to point on both sides because you got to go through the wing and then go back into the body. On the leg wires, you just need a point on one side, if that saves you on, snipping wire a little bit. Well, I'm going to do one wing and one leg for you. And this is thin wire, definitely thin enough for the wings. So I'm in the camera, definitely. Extra wire there. Okay, let me find my wing bone. Tend to do the wings first because they're a little bit harder. Now there's a strong bend right there. Well, to make my pushing easier, to push my wire through my wings, I'll break that down. I'll cut a little bit through it. I'll break it down a little bit. A lot of times I do break it down. That way you know the maximum amount is still holding. I'm going to get a little borax and shoot down on that joint there. Because a lot of times that joint contains oils and stuff. And so And any extra meat and stuff, I'll go ahead and get it off. But, okay. That's what we need right there. And I'll go ahead and I'll unravel the wing a little bit, you know, all the way, well, actually all the way, I guess you could say. Okay. Really all you got to worry about is this last part right here. Right here on the end. I'll go in, and when you pull it through, you can kind of tell my goal is to go as far as I can through. And I want to stay up under those feathers for sure. So far so good. I like to get as far as I can go. A lot of times I'll bend it right here in half. It gives me a little leverage. And just bend the wire back. You know, you can do that. I think I'm still going for the skin actually, which is good. I'm going to go ahead and bend it right here. Okay, I came through right there, good enough. The pose that he selected that he wants me to use for reference, you know, to mount it like, my wings aren't fully extended anyway. Even if they were fully extended, this wire bends. So, just the way it goes. Now take the wire down, you know, where it's not hard to wrap some string around it. I'll go about right there. You know, like on turkeys and stuff, a lot of times if I wrap, you know, I guess little shoulders or whatever, like right here, little wings, I don't worry about it on little birds like this, but if I did, you see the wire's far enough down that it's not going to hamper me too much when I'm wrapping like a little body or something, for, you know, a little body, a little thigh, not thigh, but you know what it is, wing, whatever you call it. But you know, like that wing muscle. And the drumstick is, you know, the thigh of the leg. And we don't want to make it so hard that we can't wrap it by any means. See how it's good and straight? Well, when I put these wires on there, it's going to stay straight. And then I want to put a little string too. Now, you can't just use string and not even worry about wires. This is just me. So that's something to think about too. I may put one more down here at the bottom, right in here. Let's see, the best way would be borax seal in this wing, but that does not bother me in the least. I'll go about right there with it. Put a couple of notches, a couple of twists. Put that in where the bone is so it's not going to extend out. Now I get a little bit of string. On my bucket. Put my bucket down beneath me so I can just tumble through. And I'll start wrapping him up. Don't want to get too carried away. Don't want to make it where you can't move the wire, in other words. It's a duck. It ain't got to be super, stout or you can't do anything with it. This is some big string too, so it's not going to take much to get the job done that it's got to do. So and yeah, snip it or cut it, whatever you got on hand. That's fine. You can pull it back through, and now we're going to do a leg. Here on the legs, you only had to have one sharp wire for the leg. Like for a standing bird, we usually, well, his feet are going to be, probably doesn't hurt to keep his feet kind of damp while you're working, because they'll try to dry out on you a little bit. Depending on the condition of your bird when you get him. Also, for a leg, you just need a point on one side. Turn that leg upside down. This last knuckle right here. This last knuckle right here. I get right up in there under that last knuckle, and I start digging me a path with my wire right up under that middle, right up under that middle toe. Let me do that again. Okay. It's that middle toe. There we go. Right up that middle toe. Right up. We go up under the palm and go right up here in the back of the leg. It's kind of a hollow spot back there anyway. On upland game birds, you gotta like take some of them tendons out, or it makes your life a lot easier to do that. Let's put it that way. With the bigger ones, like turkeys, stuff like that. Right now I am It's real easy to put a hole through your hand or your finger if you're not careful. I've done it before. Not hard to do. Let's try this again. Okay. Yeah, it should be going up into the leg. And it is. I think it calls for 14 gauges, maybe 16. But .14 gauge on the legs, 14 gauge on the head, 16 or 18 for the feet. Okay, here again I'll grab probably about just one, looks like, and up here towards the top actually. Okay, like right there. Cinch it down real good. You can cinch it down again right there. Pretty good enough. If you got excess, you want to cut it off. You know, and you can't bend it really too good. Go ahead and cinch it off. Okay, but now, just like before, we got our string. Okay, we want to make sure he's not twisted too much. Okay, there we are. And here again, start wrapping some string. Don't want to be too heavy with it. You'll have a hard time pushing it through. And it don't take much. In fact, that's good enough right there. Okay. Now you do the other wing, the other leg, same way. I've got my body, and my goal is to get that wire through the top of that. I remember I put that hole in the top of the skull. That's where this wire is going. It's going through the back of the neck, where the neck would be, into the skull cavity, and up through that hole we made. So, a little bit of luck, it's going to be easy. Neck is an easy fit. There. Is that it? Okay, that's the skull cavity. I can feel there we are, right in between the eyes. That's an easy fit. So I'm bringing all that down. That's an easy fit. Check that out. Neck length is correct. It's not coming out. Then we put our wing wires and our leg wires. I don't think I redone these. What I'm getting at is I don't think I pre-drilled these holes, so it may be a little harder than I want it to be. Maybe. Let's see how that works. We may have to go back out just a little bit. Right here. Going right in there. And we'll come out somewhere right in there. Or I should anyway. I'll grab right here, pull back out. Use this to keep the wire in. Okay, there we are. And I should be able to just push it on through. There, oh, there it is. Now just pulling this, what it does, see it draws it up to the body. What I want to do is get enough, get a good bite, into the body again. That's plenty. I think it is. That right there. Pull it back down. There we are. Okay, then kind of lock it in by going up with it like that. We do the other wing the same way. Find it right there. I'm just going to go in right there. That's where I'm going. Tenses are good. I pulled out of the picture. I do that a lot, especially on birds and stuff, it seems like. Okay. That's got to come back out. Okay, maybe a little bit too much, so we'll come back out with it, about right there. Still too much. Okay, let's try this again. It's pretty good. I'm gonna go in right there. Okay. Well, what do you know? It ain't gonna look super pretty as long as it's right, you know what I mean? As long as you got your anchors in, where your wings aren't gonna come out. That looks good right there. That'll work. There we are. There, good enough. There we are. Okay. Make sure that neck's all the way down real good. Well, it's going to be an easy fit. I got to okay. Here again, got to get that wing where I want to go. So we're going to help it. Oh, look at that. Now here again, I'm angling up towards the top, so you don't have to worry about trying to bend wires and put them in the back and all that stuff. So makes life a lot easier, you know, if you don't have to worry about doing that. So turn it this way. There we are. Make sure the leg is positioned right. Run right into that. There we are. Let me turn it back this way. Don't take much. Just want a good anchor, nothing more. Goes up like that. Some more on this side. Oh, whoa. Not sure if I got enough to get into that. George, there's a pre-drilled hole right there that we did. So right-handed, I'm going to turn it again if I can get to it. Make sure his leg's not twisted or anything. That's perfect. That's pretty darn good. Okay. Okay, whoa, don't want to go too far. Almost did. That's plenty. There we are. Okay. 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 Alrighty. There we are. There we are. Sometimes I'll put a pin in that neck so it don't keep sliding up all the time. It's just a little pin, you know. Now it's the baseball stitch again. It's an easy fit. I mean, it fits nicely, easily, so. Sometimes I'll use, now he does want it, he wants a wire coming through it, and then it looks like it's flying out from the piece of wood. So I'm thinking I gotta put a wire like right in here. What I'll do, I think what I'll do is kind of pre-pin everything. It's a super good fit anyway. Right in there, there's the center right there. Then we got down here. Okay, that goes there. Put a pin right here. What I'm trying to do is get just a good idea where I'm going to put that wire, and then probably do the anchoring before I sew him up, is what I'm getting at. That's kind of what I got going on. He's a good fit anyway, so. Okay, that's essentially the anus right there. Okay. Put one more right here. Okay, tail's going to be spread right here. Okay, then I got 10 gauge wires. What I want to use, it's the biggest wire I got. He's a light duck, so that'll. Now, a lot of times I'll draw a mark so it reminds me of where the center line is, and I can see it. Roughly somewhere around in there. Kind of helps me when I pin things together. I'm going to do it for now just for see, a lot of times that pins help, that way I sew it evenly also. You know, take pins out at a time. That's just the way tend to do it. Just tends to help. My head is so top heavy, it keeps flopping over. I'm gonna have to redo the eyes, but that's all right. Here. All of them are critter clay. Now I got a big gap here. You know, I strolled a little bit. Some of that clay come off anyway, so. Just pin him up roughly. Yeah, I may need to use a little polyfill on this guy for sure. Because he's like got a lot of room to swell right there. I'm going to use polyfill. I've actually got some, so. You know, whatever I put on one side, I put the same equal amount on the other side. Pull it right in the middle. A little on the sides. Yeah. We'll pull a little on the breast, I think. Maybe very little on the sides. It's about even. Now he's swelled up, but he'll still sew together. Somewhere in that range. We'll tweak that later. A lot of times it helps you proportion your sewing a little bit too. So that helps. Okay, maybe another pin or two more and we're going to start sewing. Couple more pins. Here again, I like to turn him sideways. I'm going to grab him, turn him sideways, like so forth. Okay, here I've got my button thread again and my sewing needle. And I'm going to go ahead and put a couple knots here in the back. Put another one. There we are. Cut my excess off. Start up here at the top where the breast is. This may have tore a little or something. Very, very possible. Just go through that knot already tied for the two lines, cinch it down, start doing my baseball stitch. Super easy. Try to get on the corner as much as I can without being too much on the corner that it's going to tear through. You get pretty good at it. It's like a judgment call a little bit. You make a knot, you cinch it up, and then go to the next one. Those pins will get in the way. You might want to take them out if you get too close to them. Basically, I'm going to sew all the way down to the anus and pull pins out as I go. Get right here on the end. Avoid feathers, you know. Kind of pulling pins out as I go. Helps me know to keep things kind of straight. I'm going roughly maybe around 1/4 of an inch, maybe slightly less, I'm not sure. Somewhere around 1/4 of an inch. Not quite as compact as I was on the head per se. I just cinch it up. Go to the next one. About 1/4 of an inch apart from the last one. Okay, cinch it up. Yeah, it's not a tight fit. You don't want a tight fit, so I'm tickled to death that it fit as good as it did. by just a guesstimation. That's all I used was a guesstimation on it. 1/4 inch apart. Make sure no feathers. Cinch it up. Go to the next one. Close to the edge as you can without going through, you know. Making sure you have enough skin to tighten it together without it popping through. Cinch it together. Go to the next one so you can see it's already hid really good. Got a few more incisions here. Let me go ahead and pop these out too. And I'll see you when I get done. Well, what I got here, I got a piece of wood. And so I just got like a deer hanger on the back. Piece of wood has a curl in it. Real handy for me. So I can staple cattails back here, and look at that. Hangs real good. A little bit to one side, but we've also got different places on it. See how easy it is? You can use sand and sealer on the piece of wood. I've done that. Just make sure it's good and hard, you know, not soft or anything. Bore a hole in it somewhere, probably about, well, I want to have room to bend it up and lock it in. Yeah, definitely about right here. Well, I cut me off a piece of wire. What I'm going to do is go through here, bend it up and back, and probably just shoot staples through it and call that good enough. And then I'll try to judge accordingly how I want my wire, or how much wire I want. And I don't want it sticking out the wall far, so it's going to be banking sideways pretty hard. So, you know, the classic pose a lot of people do. So I'm probably, and I'm going to cut it with a sharp edge on it. That way I can run it through the bird body real easy. This 10 gauge, I think it's 10 gauge. It could be 9, but I believe it's 10 gauge. It's the stoutest stuff I have. It's not a big bird. Kind of light bodied. It's lighter than a wrapped body even, so he's doing pretty good with that. So I go to my pre-made hole, and then I turn back here, you know, like how much I want to okay, probably clip a little of that off. We'll go about right here. Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, about right there. Well, here's what we got right here. And then I'll get my staple gun, shoot some staples in there, make sure that wire don't go nowhere, and call it good. And that's all I'm going to do with that, is just shoot some staples up through there, call it good. I think it's going to be pretty close to the wall. I don't like to have a whole lot of wire hanging out, but I've done it more than I care to mention, if you know what I mean. But, okay, he'll be fine about like this. Oh, I ain't gonna need much at all. About right to here. Okay. And mark it there, right there. He's gonna be close to the wall for sure. Here. And I'm gonna grab it and just put a good edge on it. I got a grinding wheel, might as well take advantage of it and use it. Make it good and sharp so it'll go poke through real good, you know. Yeah, I just use my grinding wheel to put a good point on this thing. You can see I put a good point. Cut the wire down, put a good point on it. So, yeah, that's what I did. I think I'm going to kind of prep him a little bit and kind of blow his feathers around a little bit, get some of that borax off of him, off his back. Okay, well, that'll work for now. Just preen and adjust and all that stuff a little bit later. Kind of prepping him to go on there in his wings. His head's going to go back. I think it'll go up like this. Should be about even. Tail feathers, of course, are going to go like that. That's going to look cool. Okay, these are going to go back like this. That borax gets on there. You can get it off though. You can preen that borax off and preen the feathers together at the same time. I want kind of a strong turn. I guess you can bend the body pretty much and get the wire to do whatever you want. Or you can bend the wire is what I'm getting at. Get it to do whatever you want. I may go down a little bit with it. About like, yeah, about like that maybe. That'll give me the desired angle. Now where I want to go in, there's some white under feathers. There's like a little place where the armpit area is. You can kind of see it right here. Like an empty spot right there. Right below these feathers and right below these white feathers here. And above these, that's where I like to go in. And should be an easy thing right here. Should be. Okay. I kind of like the wings where they're at already. I don't want to mess that up too much. You know, but let's see. Okay. Okay. I want to go in right here. Okay, it's already in. Okay. Okay. And where it's going to go out on the other side, I don't know. But we're going to push it up. Don't poke yourself. I've done it. I went actually through my finger before. This is a sudden jerky motion. It's not any different than like an arrow or something. It can be rough. That's just. Okay, where's it coming out? It's gotta be coming out by now. Okay, where'd it come out? Is it out? It's got to be. Huh. Let's see. Now, where'd it go? It's not out, is it? This is scary because you can put a real hole in your hand if you're not careful. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Okay. I think it might be good anyway. Yeah, it's just I gotta raise this wing up a little. Like so forth. Okay. Okay. I think I about where I wanted to come out. Let's see. Oh yeah. That could be a lot worse. It come out good actually. I have a feeling he's gonna be pretty though. I do. I'm gonna try to make this wire work. I don't want to recut another piece of wire if I can keep from it. Okay. It is bent though. That's a pretty strong bend, no doubt. But see, Gadwalls, I think they're pretty. They got these kind of, I don't know, kind of a Mars red, kind of a ruddy red color, dark brownish red right there. Got them on both sides. And they're a pretty duck, I think. So, let's see here. I like to look at reference pictures, even make sure the pose looks, I mean, already looks kind of decent, but I mean, you know, get everything preened out and everything. I'm going to just pan out just a little. Here's what I want to do. Up underneath, I got my wire that's stuck through. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and bend it around and hook the bird back in. So the bird's actually going to drop a little bit more than what he is right now. What I need to show you though, I think. I'm doing you a disservice by not showing you. Okay. I'm going to show you. If you look underneath, see that wire? I got to make a bend in it like a hook and then just pull the bird back through. So I'm just going to make a U-ey. I'm going to bend that wire around and go back into the body and make sure there's no feathers stuck under the loop and just tap it into the body. And we'll end up dropping. The bird's going to come out a little bit further from the wood than what it is right now. But it's going to be perfect. We'll preen everything, get this guy looking good. Well, let me bend that wire around and go back into the body. It's I guess you'd call it anchoring. You're anchoring the body, or anchoring the body onto the hook. And that's what it's called. And a good sharp pair of, or a good strong pair of pliers should be able to get the job done for you. But nothing too crazy, you know. There we are. Perfect. Oh yeah. Okay. Move some of these feathers out of the way. It might have been, you could even have went sideways like that instead of like this. If I'd have went sideways, it'd have been pretty good. It'd help balance it better too, because, I don't know, it's still going into the body. Should be able to just get back here. I didn't want to take a whole lot to go to the other side of the body and, you know, jab me. I didn't want that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, he'll go through the body. Yeah. I'm going to slide him down slowly but surely. I might want a little bit of something like this. Make sure the feathers are out of the way. And they are. Okay, there we are. See where my anchor went in is right here. Now we start preening everything. Get it looking like how we want to get it to look, you know. I kind of like that. He's a little bit, you know, he's kind of not straight out. You know, he's a little bit of an upward angle. Yeah, he's still got his eyes in, you just can't tell it because it looks like his eyes are shut. Now we start getting everything like how we want it. Okay, reference pictures help if you like using those. I like them a little kind of spread out, kind of like a soaring pose. But they look good, even just like they are. Just the natural fold of the wing is basically right on there, spot on. Let's see. Yeah. Sure enough is. This guy's got to lay a certain way, you know. Hopefully that looks pretty good just like it is. Sure enough does. This is from an old bird. It's just a piece of wire taped to cardboard. And I'm going to go ahead and use it. It's relatively straight. Yes, that's straight. But I'll pin through this to keep the feathers from moving while it's drying. But these wing feathers already look good. I'd go ahead and preen it now. That way when you put stuff in place, you ain't got to mess with it no more. You know, it's hard to preen stuff when it's on a piece of cardboard, you know. But basically, you can use your fingers and get these separations out. Especially at the end. Sometimes the borax gets on there too. At least I've had that trouble. But you can separate a lot of, or you can bring a lot of separated stuff back together. Some of it you can't, like where he's been shot or something. Basically, I get the pointy side, which is this side. And I'm going to go up under the wings. Up under all the ones that I want. There's some white ones that I don't care much about those, whether they're up at top or not. Get up under there. As high as I need to get. Which it looks like about right there. Go into the body about an inch. It'll do it. Sometimes you gotta get a little help from a pair of pliers or something. I think it's in already anyway. It is. Okay. 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 let's see. Get these up out of the way. These real pretty red feathers, you know. Yeah, reference picture's a good thing to use too. Going to get everything going the way you know it needs to be. So nothing wrong with some good old reference pictures. Gadwalls do have pretty feathers. So yeah, it's definitely something you want to do is show them off if you can, you know. Well, let's see. Okay, I could. Yeah, that looks okay. Got my masking tape. I think I might go ahead and take this where it's together. You know, it doesn't have to come off, so yeah, it's not sticking. Don't take much. It's all it takes. Well, something to hold it there. Okay. Alrighty. I kind of like that wing just like it is. Maybe bring this forward just a hair. You know, even the feather separations can look pretty uniform. I mean, yeah, you can really go the whole 9 yards with it. Well, I kind of like this pose like this. A lot of times I make the feathers do what they are not really wanting to do to get a good like wide spread or something. But shoot, these feathers look so good. And I'm going to lay this on just like that. Just like that. Okay, now down here we're doing a little bit something different. The separation is good until about right you got another one in here too, you see. Yeah, that's good, about like that, yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah, you've got more than one way to skin a cat, you know what I mean? That looks pretty good, just like that. There we are. Decent feather separation. It's not wrong for them to have a little bit of aerodynamicness to it. You know, the feathers. You don't want them just flat. You know. I wouldn't think so anyway. I mean, that's what they're for, is cut that, you know, cut those wings real good, you know. Okay. Well, let me see what I can do here. Clothespins are super light. Maybe it won't hurt nothing to put one or two on there just to kind of mat everything down. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Yeah, there we are. There we go. See? Not bad. Go ahead and do the other wing, and we'll get on the tail, and I'll show you how to do the tail. Well, he's looking okay. Those pretty little secondary feathers along the back look pretty good. I'll go ahead and get the tail now. You know, what I'm doing here is I'm going up from underneath with masking tape. And I'm separating those tail feathers. But I want to be a little bit good with it. I don't know if I want like a full spread per se, really. But I can always go back and correct that. We got one way down here. This masking tape, I'm going up from underneath. Then I might go from the top. I mean, I've done that before. Let's see. See, it depends on how good of a spread I'm looking that I want to get, you know. Okay. Okay. Okay, we got that. I'm going to snip this off. And from this way, you know, I've got the tail feathers spread right there. Pretty good. That's spread pretty good. That looks pretty good already. Okay. Okay. That looks pretty good to me. I don't know what y'all think. But that looks okay to me. Preen all this stuff. Well, that looks good enough for me. Oh, that's what I got for the tail. It looks fairly okay. But now we're going to get on the head and see what I can do with that. Yeah, a lot of times I want kind of like I tend to go like an almond shaped eye, and I just put pins wherever I got to put them to achieve that almond shaped eye. I use these small pins. Usually does the job for me. Okay. I'll put one in the back of the eye. So I have my length. Definitely want my length. This is what I kind of got. I keep bumping up my duck. Bumping up on my duck, unfortunately. That's not helping matters. Well, that looks okay to me right there. basically, yeah, it wouldn't have been a bad idea to throw some caulk in there, up under the head right here on top. I did that on a hood and mergansers, and it does kind of help get everything kind of lifted. They've got kind of a lifted head up here up top. You know, sometimes not so much from the pictures that I've seen, but sometimes, yeah. So, now knock on wood though, you can work it manually for a few days, which is what I've done. Go back and work a little bit, get those feathers to stick up like you want them. But yeah, these Gadwalls are supposed to have a real kind of a, I guess you say, steep forehead, I guess is the right word. So, and also I'm probably going to throw some tape under there to get some of that taken care of. Some of those pin feathers wanted to pop up. And I'm probably going to get in the way. I may try to put like a little bit of polyfill or something. Try to get it to go kind of like in the lower jaw area, if I can. Might not be able to, but I'll try. Kind of fill it in a little bit. Round it out. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, it went where it was supposed to, so. Cut that wire, because that wire is just kind of getting in the way, really. But he got a little bit of a tuft back here. But yeah, he was damaged pretty bad. But I'm going to go ahead and cut that. Sometimes I'll stick a clothespin perfectly shut. Just kind of lay it down. Had a lot of pin feathers this guy did. And the main thing, those feathers lay down. I've learned the hard way, leaving that wire on the top of the head and then letting him dry. That is a recipe for disaster. I have to say that. So what I'll do is I'll mash down close to the body, or close as I can to the head. There we are. Well, that looks fair to me. I'm going to let him dry about as broad as I can get the head. So I'm going to preen him up real good, like maybe some feathers got out of place. And then I'm going to let him dry, and I'll see you in about a week. Well, I forgot to do one thing, and that was the feet. Yeah, you definitely want to be able to see the feet. So what I'm going to do, you can see one, and it's very inconvenient to try to get behind it, but basically you cut the wire off where you went in. Yeah, this is heavier than what I'm supposed to use, I think. Okay. You should be able to even push it in a little if you want to. But what I do, I cut me 2 pieces of cardboard, and they got a crease right in the middle of them, and that's by design. So what I do is I get my T-pin. You know, you want your feet spread. If you don't have some kind of control over how his feet are, it's going to be horrible. But actually you want to go in from the other side, but you want a good spread And you know, you worry about pinholes later, of course. Yep. And you want a good spread. And yep, spread him out real good. And go into that cardboard. And kind of lock him in there. That's really all you need, really, is like 2. I may put one more. Let's see. I think I'll put one more. Just keep it flush up against the cardboard. There we are. And I actually like that. A good spread foot. And you do the other foot the same way. And I think you can see that. Yeah. If you want more of a cut to the feet, you go like this, and then you can, you know, just do stuff like that. But yeah, that looks good to me. Now I'll see you in a couple of weeks, or a week. Let's get right up to right where it comes up out of the foot, you know, where we put the wire in, and we snip that bad boy off. A couple of pieces of cardboards. You want to make sure they're at least the width of the foot. That way you can spread the foot out real good. And they're just from a cardboard box that I got from the taxidermy supply company. I'm sure I'm not the only one that uses them. Okay, got me a couple of pieces of cardboard. Okay, I'll try to get up under the toe and basically bend that cardboard, bend the cardboard and let the middle of the toe ride in the middle, and then just stretch them out and pin them. And that's all the cardboard's for, to pin the feet apart so they don't dry, you know, wrinkled up together. I'm going to go ahead and do that now while the feet are still a little damp, because they're bad for going bad, I guess, for our word. So, I kind of like the attitude that I got as far as the feet. So I'll go in there and I'll put that up against the toe like that. And then see how it's spread out? And then see I spread the other side out. That way you know you've got a good old toe that's, you know, spread out. And it gives you a better idea how you need to adjust your feet, you know. Looks like you just basically got them stretched out. Feet ain't bent much, which is, yeah, if they're doing final approach, they're probably not going to be bent, you know. I mean, if it's fixing to land and he's already got his feet bent. There's so many variations you can do. They give you free creative freedom to take advantage of it. That's for sure. That's how you do the feet. Kind of just pin the feet in place. I'll do a little bit of caulking. Anything that'll cover that hole up. Those pinholes, they will cover up. It's so small it shouldn't affect. Caulking's probably the way to go with it. If you got one you want to open for this thing here. It don't take much, in other words. Now's not a bad time to preen the feathers together. We're going to tape him up So we can paint and right here. You know, so we can avoid overspray is what I'm getting at. Yeah, this paint doesn't stick too good. Sticks good with each other, but it doesn't want to stick good on the feathers. So we can get as close to the beak as possible. And of course, where the feathers meet the legs, I'll try to protect that as much as possible. Put some tape around where the feathers meet the legs. Well, that's kind of what I got, and you do the other leg the same way. That's kind of what it looks like. Well, it's been about a week. And I just started taking everything off. Clothespins. I also had some cardboard on here. Just all that stuff comes off. Your pins. You get the idea. Remember we have some pins in here where we carded the feet? All that comes out, all that cardboard. There we are. Pin should pop right out. I'll use a little bit of latex caulk or something, just on my finger or something. Cover up those holes, nobody will ever know. With this cardboard in here, is something to kind of keep the wings kind of flat. It should just pop right out. It wouldn't in very far. As long as it holds, that's all that matters. There we are. Now getting this tape off, I do a lot better if I'm super quick with it. See how that? It's like it doesn't have time to remember it's supposed to be grabbing or something. I don't know, but this works out a lot better for me. I'm quick with it. Here we are. Now let's finish this guy out. That'll go a little good. Okay, got some wires to snip. I get up in here as close as I can. Move feathers out of the way if you got to. And there we are. Can't even see it. I don't want to be in the way. I always am. But I'm going to clean this off a little bit. Get some of that clay and stuff from around that eye. I'll give it a good glossing. And it'll look pretty darn good. You want to clean your eyes off with a little bit of lacquer thinner on a Q-tip, and that will bring them out too. That's just part of the mounting process. You're going to get stuff on your eyes a little bit, you know. She's got the pretty red up there in his feathers. Got a little bit even of purple on top of his head. Oh yeah. If I wanted to rise that up a lot better, which I should have, you know, to get it where it's kind of like jacked forwards right up here in front, you put a little bit of caulk. Get up there in the eye socket with a little bit of latex caulk or silicone or something like that. And you work those feathers up until they start staying that way. And you'd have had that big, you know, broad forehead top feather thing, you know, in the front, which is what they have, you know, right up in here. It'll come up more, like right in here, and it'll look better. And if you're around, you can just work them every day a little bit and get them to go kind of stay up too. It's your choices on that. If you got any place where the skin's showing a little bit or something, I'll get a little bit of dark brown on a brush and cover up any bare spots or any places where the skin pulled away a little bit. And also, I'm adding to the oval shape of the eye. There we are. That's what we're doing. We go there. Right there. That's pretty good. Which could be better for this. But yeah, you want to round off the tape on one side to get pretty close. And you know, you also have the option to use thicker tape. And you're going to clean a lot of it off with a Q-tip and lacquer thinner anyway. That's me. But I'll dress that up and I'll let you see what I got. Now the beak's ready to be painted black. When you see a little bit of one leg there, not the best video footage, but basically where the feathers end and the leg starts, I put masking tape. You know, it's what it's used for, is to cover things up so they don't get painted. That's what the masking tape is for, and I'm using it what it's for. And I want to make it easy as possible for me. So you just want to tape it right. You don't want to tape it where you can't get it off or anything. Let's see, got more tape here. I just slowly work my way around in little pieces. Just my goal is just to keep the feathers from being painted as much as humanly possible. Where the feathers stop and the leg begins. Okay, sometimes I get a little caulking or something like this and just fill in those holes. It don't take much. Check out a little base coat sealer, and I just cover everything with a little bit of the sealer. You know, the legs and the beak, even a little. Is there where you're going to put paint? Of course, front and the back. Okay, good enough. I'm going to paint the legs first. It's going to be yellow ochre is what I'm going to use. And dark brown, and then maybe black. Or maybe just straight to black. They look black to me. A little bit like dark brown. Here I've got my yellow ochre. Okay. You might want to turn your air pressure down even. That's possible. I don't want to cover up some of what I say I like. But you supposed to fade into the webs. You know, paint the toes, fade into the webs a little bit. Not to cover anything. Fade into the back a little bit. know you see it on the back too. So we get all around color for everything. The back of the feet are basically brown. And now I've got black. And prime it, make sure I got it primed good. Okay. I like to hit each one of these toes with a light amount. You know, you don't want to go too heavy with it. Right here you get a little bit, right up here at top. You know, that kind of like the wrist. A little bit there, don't want to go crazy with it. Go over there. There. Try to be good. Try to have good aim with it if you can. Here's a knuckle. There's a knuckle. There's a knuckle. There's a knuckle on the end. Toenails. Get them real good. Sure they're good and black. Even this upper one up here gets a little bit of darkness. You can see it. Okay. Now I just go in the middle. Let the yellow travel out, you know, from the toes. I like that. I want to keep that. So there we go. Good enough. I can do the other leg the same way as from the front. Here's the other foot. You can kind of tell. A little bit of something up there. A little something up there. Okay. Let's take a little bit thinner there. You see the back there? Same thing on the back. Carry some of that. There. Yeah, you got a knuckle right there where we put the holes. Go ahead and get your claws on the back too. And then of course right back in here a little bit. The foot in general, the back does seem to be kind of dark. Don't want to get too carried away with it, but I'll go right through here. Yeah, that's kind of what I got right up through there a little bit. That's how I do it. Yeah, you want to see that little darkness on the knuckles from the side too. So you want to make sure you get those real good, you know, from the side. There you go. Okay, I still got my black. Make sure I'm still primed good and running good, and I am. I can go ahead and just paint the whole boot black. That's what the paint schedule calls for. Basically just black. If you get underneath, might have to pick him up if you want to make sure you get everything just like you want it. Now a lot of times I just use my airbrush and throw some gloss on my eyes to make them look real good and shiny. But I've got some clear gloss right here. I ain't exactly sure where I got it. I've had it so long I can't remember. But it is clear gloss. And as far as I know, clear gloss is clear gloss. So let's see what it does to these eyes. Oh yeah. Make them look nice and shiny and wet. Make them look alive. That's what you want. That's just for the eyes. And then I'll use like a satin sheen gloss on the everything else. I got my little refracted satin sheen gloss, and it's already shiny just from the black. But I like my shiny eyes. But I'm just going to put a little bit of this refracted gloss. They say you don't even want to put it on heavy because it creates the wrong effect. It gets too dark or too glossy. And unfortunately, I got to get back from the camera. I like wet nostrils and wet eyes, though. I like that. But that's what he's got for that. Same with the feet. You just want to go on real light. This is from the rear. Just don't want to. You don't want shiny duck legs. In other words. Okay, there we are. Toenails. I like shiny toenails. Like shiny nostrils, shiny eyes. Everything else, not so much. And I'll just take my tape off and call it good. There we are. Quick jerky motion ensures that you don't pull no feathers off. And also do the legs. Make sure you get the tape off the legs. The quicker the better. Just seems like it helps where you don't get nothing. And there you have it. Not a bad looking duck. A little bit of preening here and there. Make them feathers smooth on the ends instead of separated. And that's what you got. Got some pretty colors Gadwalls do. They use them to tie flies, trout fishermen do, I think. But they're not a bad looking bird. But this is how I do a flying Gadwall with a carved body, just simple foam. Basically all you got, the wings and the tails is the main thing, and of course the head and how it connects to the neck.